but it's, again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Frankie Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Frankie Rose.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back to the Think Tank. So we're on day 3. And I don't know. I don't think Jose Ibarra is looking like he is going to be beating this one. Let me see here. I've got it all set up for us. There's not one thing that has been telling me that this guy is innocent. I don't know about you guys, but I just don't see him getting off. Everything points to Jose Ibarra. A little bit curious about his brother Diego. I don't know. My little spidey senses are tingling when it comes to him as well. I hope that they check out everybody that was in that house, because I don't know. It's looking like there is possibly gang affiliations, all sorts of shite going on behind those walls and outside those walls. So with that said, I think we'll jump into it. I decided to go a little bit later, and this way we can zoom through all of the breaks. We can jump through lunch, and we can just do one continuous stream. So let's do this.
A forensic latent print examiner with the GBI.
Let me know how the volume is.
In this case, 3 black gloves recovered from the bushes at the apartments at 285 Millage Avenue. GBI item numbers 2A, 2B, and 2C were physically and chemically processed for latent prints with negative results.
Good morning, every guy. Good morning, everybody.
Processed and photographed by the serology section. 2, Ms. Haas removed the barcode sticker from the Adidas black hat, GBI item number 39, and those items were visually, physically, and chemically processed for latent prints with negative results. The Adidas stickers themselves from the hat have been marked and will now be entered as State's Exhibit 150. 2 rocks from the crime scene. Evidence markers 2 and 3 from the crime scene, with GBI item numbers 22 and 23, were physically and chemically processed for latent prints with negative results. 4, the styrofoam cup and straw from the retention pond at the crime scene, GBI item number 64A and 64B, were physically and chemically processed for latent prints with negative results. And that completes the stipulation at 296. Will be moved to admitting at this time.
Defense want to be heard.
And then finally this morning, State's Exhibit 295 is a stipulation signed by the state and counsel for the defendant, and is a stipulation of fact regarding ACC PD Sergeant Timothy Stewart and Amanda Blair. Sergeant Tim Stewart and Amanda Blair testified before this court on October 11th, 2024 at a Daubert motion in the above referenced case. All parties hereby agree to admit the testimony of these 2 witnesses from that hearing and the exhibits that were introduced during their testimony at that hearing into evidence at this trial for the fact finder to consider. The transcript at the Daubert motion of these 2 witnesses will be made part of this trial record. Sergeant Tim Stewart's testimony will be admitted at trial as State's Exhibit 290. And I have State's 290 here, which is the transcript of Tim Stewart's testimony from the Daubert hearing on October 11th, 2024, along with his exhibits. And I'll move to admit State's 290. And for the court's recollection, Tim Stewart is the expert that matched the defendant's fingerprint to the phone of Laken Riley. To Laken Riley's phone. Stipulation of fact regarding Amanda Blair, her testimony, she was the peer reviewer of Timothy Stewart, and agreed with its conclusion. Her transcript has been marked and will now be admitted as State's Exhibit 289. And that completes the stipulations for this morning.
Anything from the defense on those issues? Any objection?
Are they going to finish up today, guys?
Okay. Let me make two announcements regarding yesterday's testimony and evidence. After hearing the music video translations, I do find that the evidence is not relevant and will not be considered. Those are the music videos. I think there were 3. Also, as to the translated phone calls between the defendant and Laken Franco, those translations will not be admitted as evidence and will not be considered. After hearing the translations, I find that it was more than contextual and therefore violates the Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment. All right. Anything else before we start with evidence? Okay. You may call your next witness.
Sergeant Sophie Revenue.
I'll turn it up a bit, Crispy. Let me know if that's any better. Horrible volume in this courtroom. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Once I start speaking, let me know if it's high enough.
Would you raise your right hand, please, ma'am?
As she walks away from the mic.
You will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take a seat. If you could please spell your first and last name.
Sophie, and last name is Raboud.
Where do you work?
I work at the University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there for 14 and a half years.
Could you tell the court what is your rank? What are your duties and responsibilities? Where are you assigned?
I am currently a sergeant assigned to our criminal investigations unit, also known as CID. I'm a supervisor, and I also investigate crimes that come into the department.
Tell us a little bit about your training and education.
I have over 1,700 hours of training in law enforcement classes. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in criminal justice.
She's a smarty pants.
Did you assist other people in your agency into the investigation into the murder of Laken Riley? I want to ask you specifically about a trail camera located outside of Building S. First of all, if you could tell the court, do y'all have a camera there? Tell us a little bit about that camera and how it works and how long it's been there.
So we have a mobile trailer camera made by Compass Security that we move around as needed. At the time, it was actually placed at the end of Rogers Road and Village Avenue Extension. It has 3-axis cameras that are attached to the boom that goes up that have been in place there for unrelated reasons.
When that camera, is it always recording?
Yes.
And are you able to, as a sergeant at the CID, access that camera from your computer?
Yes, that camera is actually connected cellularly through AT&T FirstNet to our campus safety camera system, which we are then able to access through the software that we use called Genetech.
I wonder if they're going to show him creeping around
Correct.
to all those other apartments.
Times that are depicted, are there times depicted on the trail?
There are.
And on all the videos, videos basically at your university?
Yes.
And are those times synced with something?
Yeah, they're connected to our servers that run the camera systems.
So do you know that the times that we see in the trail cam, any video that is pulled by the university and at the university, are those timestamps accurate?
They are.
Were you asked to review that trail cam that we are talking about outside of Building S, Rogers Road, for the day of February 22nd, 2020?
I was.
And did you?
I did.
How many hours of that trail cam did you watch?
Probably close to 50 to 75 hours. We've been reviewing different, not just that camera, but other cameras.
Very good runner.
And at this
Dedicated.
time, I'm gonna approach the witness and you have 1 minute. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 279. And while you're looking at that, I need to talk to you.
We'll be able to zip through the breaks and through lunch today.
I do.
What is it?
She needs to talk into a microphone, that lawyer.
Video from the trailer camera.
And you see your initials on that?
I do.
And did you not only put the trail cam video that we're going to discuss on that thumb drive, but did you also load on that thumb drive a enhanced version of the trail cam that was done by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Cyber Center?
I did.
And is that also on that thumb drive?
It is.
Of the videos that are on that thumb drive, have you watched them all?
I have.
And do they all fairly and accurately, are they accurate recordings of the trail cam video on February 22nd of 2020?
I know, Christy. It's just this courtroom. I literally have mine cranked.
279 is admitted and you may publish.
And I am just looking for the Garrett Morton stipulation so that I can add this exhibit number to that stipulation. We can do it at a break, but I just need to be reminded to do that because when we admitted that stipulation, we didn't have this exhibit number. Thank you. Rogers Road for the day of February
Try
22nd,
this.
2024.
I was.
And did you?
I did.
How many hours of that trail cam did you watch?
Probably close to 50 to 75 hours. We've been reviewing different, not just that camera, but other cameras as well.
And at this time, I'm going to ask to approach the witness, and you may have 1 moment, counsel. And I'll be asking you, sorry, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 279. And while you're looking at that, I need to talk to you.
Let's see if this stream is any better for you guys.
Do you recognize State 279?
I do.
What is it?
It's a thumb drive that contains a video from the trailer camera.
And you see your initials on that?
I do.
And did you not only put the trail cam video that we're going to discuss on that thumb drive, but did you also load on that thumb drive a enhanced version of the trail cam that was done by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Cyber Center?
I did.
And is that also on that thumb drive?
It is.
Of the videos that are on that thumb drive, have you watched them all?
I have.
And do they all fairly and accurately, are they accurate recordings of the trail cam video on February 22nd of 2020?
They are.
State would move to admit State's 279, request permission to publish.
279 is admitted and you may publish.
And I am just looking for the Garrett Morton stipulation so that I can add this exhibit number to that stipulation. We can do it at a break, but I just need to be reminded to do that because when we admitted that stipulation, we didn't have this exhibit number. Thank you.
Is the judge supposed to remind her? Wow, she may as well be whispering. Sign language maybe next. Wow, this lawyer.
That's when I wasn't sure. No, we do have the cord in.
Good God.
The cord is in, but it's not tracking my screen. Oh, that's that.
Holy smokes, speak up. Use your mic. Use your neighbor's mic.
And do the old, let me unplug it and plug it back in.
This has got to be some of the worst audio yet.
Yes, sir. It is. Let's try again. Oh, it's not the same as the exact Sergeant, in general terms, we're gonna publish for the record the video that is labeled GBI cyber video. But before we publish it, tell us a little bit about the video itself. Meaning, what time frame? Let's start with what time frame does it cover? The GBI cyber video. Did you individually go in and pull clips from a certain time? Let me back it up a little bit. Did you look at the trail cam video?
Yes, sir.
And did you see a person of interest on the trail cam video wearing a dark hoodie and a hat and some gloves, carrying a cup?
I did.
When did you first see that individual in the trail cam video?
At 06:52 hours.
And if you got to translate that for us, is that 6:52 in the morning
It is.
on the 22nd day of February 2024?
It is.
And how long do you see that individual on this trail cam video that day?
He disappears at 07:56 hours
Okay, so 07:56.
in the morning.
And so that's about a little over an hour then. You see that individual.
Correct. In and out of camera view.
And the clips that we have on State's Exhibit 279 where it says Jose Ibarra, are those the clips, part of the clips that you captured during that time period?
Yes.
And then the folder that's labeled GBI Cyber, did they merge all those together for you?
They did. Because there's 2 camera views.
So we don't have to keep opening and closing clips.
Correct.
The GBI Cyber video, did they miss one particular clip?
They did.
And what clip was that?
That was a clip at 9:42 a.m. of a blurb that we see in the woods going back towards the Cielo at Azula apartment.
You're going to have to move into the microphone. The blurb that you see going into the what apartments?
Cielo at Azula.
And is that a separate clip in States 279 that you've labeled Ibarra return?
Yes,
Did the trail cam also capture Laken Riley?
it did.
And did the trail cam also capture her roommates who went out to look for her?
It did.
So now that we've laid all that, we're gonna start publishing the part that says GBI cyber video, okay?
One thing about the stipulation that by, we stipulating to the foundation and the admissibility, but we're certainly not conceding that the labels that have been applied to the files are necessarily accurate. Thank you very well.
Before I publish, we've got open the GBI cyber folder. What is the date and time that we're looking at on the video? Please show us.
It's February 22nd, 2024.
And before we talk about what we're about to see, let's get a little context. Is there a bus stop here?
There is.
Can you point to it with a pointer? There's a pointer right in front of you.
Look at this creeper.
And in this frame, where is building S?
Building S is over here.
And the road that we see that there's now a red line on, what road is that?
This part here is Village Avenue Extension. This is Roger Road where they connect at the bus stop.
She cannot hear you. I can tell by the way that she's shaking her head. You're gonna have to say that one more time into the microphone. Say it again.
The road on the right is Village Avenue Extension. The road on the left is Rogers Road, and they come together at the bus stop.
In this frame, do you see a pathway to the Celia at Azul apartment complex?
I do.
Where is the pathway? Is that where the individual is coming out of at this point that we see in the frame?
Yes,
And is there another pathway to that apartment complex?
there is.
Can you show us that one as well? Okay, so that's further back. And if a person were to continue walking down Rogers Road, where would you end up?
At the very end,
Yes.
it makes a turn to the right and it goes down to Village Avenue.
And is there a bigger road that is near here? Like, where's 10?
Loop 10 is back there.
Okay, thank you.
So sad. She just did
This
not
bus
make
stop, is
it.
that a University of Georgia bus stop?
It is.
I felt so bad for her family in the gallery yesterday when they were showing autopsy pictures. What's he got in his hand? Going to the garbage bins? No. Oh, the cup.
I am going to pause at 6:53. In this frame at 6:53, do you see apartment 114 in building S?
I do.
Can you please point it out to the court? So it's the lit up door at the bottom floor of building S.
It's
Just
southern
reaching around in the dark.
of the building.
Jesus. The poly cup. Yeah. I forgot about the poly cup. Jesus. Creepy AF, this guy. Saturating blood, his coat, just. It's a good question. Jesus. So where's he going now? The hell, man. Oh, absolutely.
going to stop it at 6:54. First of all, in the entire hour that this individual is around this area, does he ever talk to anyone?
No,
Ever engage with any person?
no,
Do you see from 6:52 to 7:54 this individual go to the building S door?
yes,
In that time frame, how many times does that person go to the door? And we're going to see them each time.
6 times.
And can you see on your video of those 6 times how many times that person actually opens the screen door?
Twice.
And the nature of this footage, how would you describe this footage? Is it great, grainy? I mean, how would you describe this?
At times it is good quality, at other times it is a little grainy.
Why is that? Is that just a function of the camera?
Yeah, it's connected cellularly, so sometimes when there's motion, it the quality gets better, but then when there's no motion, it kind of, the quality disappears a little bit.
And did you make screenshots of this still video at some point in your investigation?
Yes,
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. States Exhibit 85, States Exhibit 84. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
What are they?
There are pictures of the individual that was seen walking around the building.
And are those some of the screenshots that you made?
Yes,
The state moved to admit States 285, 284.
The Airborne Division. I love that.
And were you all
K9 unit,
were you in
we're
your
set.
investigation, attempting to identify the clothing and items that this person was wearing?
yes,
And in your review of this video, were you able to see, first of all, gloves?
yes,
Can you point to those? What color are they?
black,
Were you able to see a cup?
yes,
Can you point to that? And then were you able to see a bag? And it may not be best in this video at this point, but in one of your still shots, can you see a bag?
yes, I can,
Can you please, I'm going to just show it to the court. Is it where my finger is?
yes.
Okay, that is-
There's a straight on picture. You creepy mofo, you. Go back into your hole.
Oh, is that a better view of the bag now?
Yes, it is.
All right, at 6:54.
What happened there? Oh, very much so, Ruthie. Wow. I love how they're doing the angles on the camera from here. Show exactly where he is creeping around out there. Wonder if another angle's going to catch him.
At 6:58, what door did that individual?
It is.
identify?
That's exactly what I thought. What the frick is he doing, man? It's just terrifying knowing what he's done. Is this where he goes and checks? Yeah, he's trying to get into this house.
See him walking up to
Apartment.
114. he's standing in front of the door. Now he's opening this outer screen door of the apartment.
We listened to this lady yesterday. She was in the shower. Yes. Uni, I think. There's a person at the bus stop right there that can.
Now he walks back behind the building.
It really is. Now on that side, I don't know if they'll show, but there's fairly big windows.
And now our next clip is at 7:06, so that's how Cyber just put it together. So we're not watching 5 minutes of dead video.
Correct.
But when you see him go to the back of the building, in the back of the building, are there windows in the back of the building?
There are.
And are there windows to 114 in the back of the building?
Correct, and it's on the ground floor, so it would be at, head level, chest level of an adult.
I've seen a picture. I don't know if they're going to show it on here, but those windows are big. Hey there, P9. Good to see you. Yeah, big windows. And she said that he went back there and was looking in those windows as well. And off he goes, the creepy fricker. That's a good question. Did they? Okay. Every once in a while I miss bits and
This
pieces.
7:09 clip where I'm pausing. In what direction is now this individual going?
He's walking south.
Okay, and the IM fields from here, intramural fields, you're familiar with those, correct?
Correct.
Where are they in relation to where?
Hey, Juju. Good to see you.
They're to the east of that, southeast of that, but you can access it. by
We've
going
missed
south
you.
And then turning east.
Would this individual be walking in the direction of the IM fields?
Yes.
So what, he deleted her and then went and tried to get into another place? Is that the way I'm understanding this? Oh, he sure did, Christy.
So now we're at 7:33. So between 7:09 and 7:33, do you see this individual on this trail cam?
No, I do not.
Creepy POS. And that person standing there at the bus having no idea what kind of predator is in their midst. Well, we're glad to have you back, friend. Yeah, he spent a lot of time in there. You see that guy over there creeping around? Like, unreal.
In what direction now at 7:34 is that individual walking?
Well said,
Walking
Ruthie.
back towards building S.
Yeah, well said. And he's just walking in amongst the trees, keeping himself hidden. And you're probably right. Just Jesus. Students are starting to come around. I think so. I do
I'm
believe.
gonna pause it at 7:39. So at the last clip that we saw at 7:33, Did that individual go back behind building S again?
Maybe it was before, based
And
on
I
the
asked you
time.
about the windows in building S, and is that, space 276 has already been admitted, is that what the back windows look like in the back of that building?
It is,
And how they were also on that morning,
correct.
published again in report 276?
Yeah, based on the time, it was probably
So he,
before.
leads in that direction at 7:33 towards these back windows.
Correct.
Christy. Jesus, this guy. Just based on where he came from, I thought it was after, but now I'm not as sure. Hey, check out that guy that's creeping around there, buddy. Just get a bead on him. Yep. Absolutely. Bear spray. He's trying that door.
He's now standing in the cutout window in the stairwell.
No,
What
that's
is
the
that
bird's
cutout
mouth.
There's a stairwell inside there, and there's just a cutout that they have in there.
Okay. I thought he was at the door, but
And
it's
that's at
further down.
740.
Yes.
Good thing that that guy came along. There was a girl on her own. That's true. Very true. Someone coming from the second floor now. Like, there's lots of people around. So he's hiding by a doorway. I wonder if he's hiding in there because there's so many people around now. Ah. Just looking for
What
doors.
floor is he on now? 742.
He was on the second floor.
The bus will take these people and he'll start creeping around again.
At 743, is that a UGA bus?
It is,
Does it pick up presumably students or the people that were waiting at the bus stop?
correct.
He's being very shady. So is he going to start moving now? Is my guess. Jesus, this guy. It walks
744, what door did
past
walk
the
by?
door.
114.
In the direction, and
Back
now we're at
almost.
746, so hold on. So it goes from 744 then to 746, so 2 minutes are missing because we clipped it together, correct?
Yes, because
But you watched all two minutes in between of 744 and 746.
I did.
We see him disappear at 744. Does he go again around the back of building S?
Correct, he does.
And how many minutes later does he come back again to the front?
2 minutes.
And that's what we're about to see here at 746.
Yes.
Jesus, this guy. Unflippin' real.
Does he touch the door at that time?
It appears he does.
Right. And again, at now we're at 748. Again, we lost about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
In between 746 and 748, where does he disappear to?
To the back of the building, and then comes back.
So 2 minutes later, he's back at the front.
Correct.
And that's what we just saw.
Yes.
And now at 748, again, where does he go off to?
To the back of the building.
Now we're at 749.
He's back at the door at 114.
Does he touch the door at that time?
It
So is
appears
this-
it's hard to tell because of the quality of
Is this the peeping Tom chart?
But he doesn't open the door.
751 now.
He's just standing in the area.
And when he left the frame at 749, which direction did he go?
Back towards him, back of the building.
And then at 751, we now see him again on the screen.
Correct.
Yeah, I think you're right, James. It's fairly brazen.
What do we see here at 754?
754, he had, from that 51, he had gone back behind the building and come back to the front of the building, and he was standing at the door.
And can you see him open the door here
Yes.
at 754?
Yes.
And what does he do right there at 754?
He is ducking down.
What direction is he going now?
Back behind the building.
And we just lost 2 minutes. We're now at 756. So you described he ducks down at 754.
Correct.
He goes to the back of the building.
Correct.
And then you don't see him again until 756. Is that right? So there's 2 minutes that we don't see in this clip because we're not going to sit here for all this time, where you don't see him on camera.
That's right.
So you see him again at 756. And in which direction is he going now?
He's going south.
Towards,
DIM Fields. And here he disappears into the woods. There's no path there, just woods that he goes into.
So this has to be
I'm gonna stop
before.
here. So in this time period from 652 to 754, we've just watched all of that. Do you see, first of all, is this person alone or with someone?
Alone.
And have you watched in all of your hours of video review in this case, have you seen Diego
No,
in this time period?
no,
Have you seen him before?
yes,
As a matter of fact, you swapped him. We're going to talk about that, right?
correct,
Do you know what Diego Ibarra looks like?
I do,
And have you looked for him in all of these videos that you have reviewed?
yes,
And on the 22nd day of February 2024, you ever see Diego Ibarra on this trailer?
no.
Now I want to move on to the other clips, and then we're going to go back to your last clip that you made. Okay. So what time are we at now?
9:05 a.m.
What part of the trail are we on?
This is Village Avenue Extension, and he's coming towards the bus stop.
What time? And you said 9:05 a.m.
Yes,
And do you recognize that individual we see in the screen?
I do.
Who is that?
It was Laken Private.
Do you see what, if anything, she has in her left hand?
She is pulling her
Oh,
phone
wow.
to the left hand.
Brutal. Complete daylight. It is. Mm.
What direction is she running?
She's running south.
And is that also in the direction of the IM fields?
It is.
All these people around.
She now went east towards the IM Fields in the railroad tracks.
At 9:06 and 49 seconds.
Yes,
And now we are at a different time period. What time period are we at?
11:36 a.m.
What part of the trail are we on?
This is Village Avenue Extension.
And do you recognize those two individuals that we now see in the frame at 11:36 a.m.?
I do.
Have you met them before?
I am.
And what are their names?
Sophia Magana and Lily Steiner.
And the dog is that Sophia's dog?
It is.
Which direction are they going?
They're going south.
Mm. Just terrifying. Looking for their friend. Those are some good roommates, let me tell you. It really is, James.
Now what time are we at?
11:55 a.m.
I bet that young lady was glad she called the cops and didn't answer her door because she would have been the one that got.
And who do we see in the frame now at 11:56?
Sophia and Lily and Dog Chan.
There's got to be cameras closer in.
Now that it's the sun has come up, how would you describe the lighting that day?
It was, I think, partly sunny that day. It was a little bit windy.
I want to.
Yes.
I have to load the Gen Tech player for
That's
this.
two of the
It's
roommates.
This is why we decided not to play it this way.
And there he sits bored.
So you told us you
Shitless
watched while we're waiting
again.
for the Gen Tech player to load. That this trail cam for the entire day. What were you looking for?
Anybody that matched the description or
Yes.
anything that would have been suspicious activity.
An earbud, I think.
What's up?
I can't imagine the defense taking any length of time.
I'm going to now play the part of your 279 that says Ibarra return. First of all, I'm stopping here. At what time are we at?
9:41 a.m.
Is this still the same trail camera?
It is.
And in this frame, do you see the cut throughs, for lack of a better term, to the Celia? How do you say it again? Celio at
Celio
Azul.
at Azulis.
Say it one more time.
Celio at Azulis.
Okay, was that the name of the apartment complex at the time?
It was.
Can you spell that for Madam Court Reporter?
CIELOAZYLUK.
Wow.
Celio at Azul. Show us where the two cut throughs are to that apartment.
Make it bigger.
I can. One in the bottom screen and one in the middle of the screen.
Correct.
Play at 9:41.
So what, this is after the attack now?
We see some red now coming through. Well, I just saw some red. Hold
There
on,
it
stop.
is.
I'll stop it. At 9:42 a.m., do you see the red?
Yes.
What's the red?
It's detecting motion. The camera.
Oh, okay.
And what do you see an image?
The blob appears to be a black blob.
That's a good description of him. A black
And in what
blob.
direction is that blob heading?
Going west towards the Celio at Azulite apartments.
And during this time period, when you watched all of this trail cam video, did you see anything else suspicious or that got your attention, or any other people that got your attention?
No.
Black blob.
I want to ask you about a few other things that you did in this case. First of all, did you review the cell phone?
It really
Laken
is.
Riley?
I did.
And it was extracted by your department?
It was.
Could you toggle over, Your Honor? And I'm handing you what's been admitted, or is marked as an evidence that states 280. Do you recognize that?
I did.
What is it?
It's a PowerPoint that I created.
And did you create it from the
PowerPoint,
data
Maxie.
that was extracted from Laken Riley's cell phone?
It was.
And state permission that states 280 in the request permission.
Any objection?
You can now PayPal for biscuits. The link is in the bottom scrolling. We'll keep this train going.
No objection. 280 is admitted.
Now publish it this way because there's no animation in it. It'll just be easier.
Okay,
So states 280. What are we looking at on your first page?
that's just the title page of the PowerPoint.
Second page. If you could tell us line 1 where my finger is. Can you read it or do I need to give you a copy of it? Up
I
there?
can read it.
You can read it, great. If you could tell us, first of all, what was Laken's, or what was the time of Laken's last outgoing communication from her phone?
What was the 911 call?
Before the 911 call.
It was a text message to her mother.
Okay, you're gonna have to speak into the
It was
microphone.
a text message
Okay, a text message to who?
to her mother.
At what time?
At 8:55.
Okay, and do we see that here where my pen is?
Yes.
And what is the text?
It says, "Good morning, about to go for a run. If you're free to talk."
And did she in fact call her mother?
She did.
At what time?
9:03.
And between 9:03 and 9:11, is there any activity in her phone?
No,
At 9:11, what happens?
she makes a 911 call.
All right, and we heard about that already yesterday about the SOS function, so I'm not going to ask you about that. So it looks like though your next page is about the 911 call, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did 911 in fact call her back?
They did
How many times?
twice.
What is the last text message that was read on her phone?
It was at 9:02 a.m.
And her phone was locked. Tell us a little bit about that. What time was it locked?
It was locked at 09:03:57, which was immediately after she made the phone call to her mother.
And after the 9:03 phone call to her mother, the next activity is a 911 call
Correct.
that we've discussed. And then you have that the phone was not unlocked again until forensically analyzed. What do you mean by that?
She never unlocked her phone through facial recognition again until we obtained that phone that night.
And extracted data from the phone?
Correct.
What time were the 2 911 calls incoming to her after she called 911?
One was at 09:12 and 21 seconds and 09:12 and 39 seconds.
Were either one of those calls from 911 into Laken Riley's phone answered?
No,
At some point, did she get a incoming call at 9:24?
she did.
And who was that incoming call from?
Her mother.
Is that call answered?
No,
Is she then receiving texts from her family members?
correct.
What are the time of those texts? First one down here at the bottom.
9:37:38.
And what is the text? Who is it from?
Her mother.
And the content?
Call me when you can.
Is that text read or returned?
It's not read.
9:51 a.m.
She receives a call from her mother.
Is that call answered?
It is not.
9:53 a.m.
She received another call from her mother.
Is that call answered?
It is not.
9:58 a.m.
She received a text message from her mother saying, "You're making me nervous, not answering while you're out running. Are you okay?"
Is that text read?
It is not.
Is that text answered?
It is not.
Next call at 11:04 a.m. incoming from whom?
From her mother.
Is that call answered?
It is not.
11:12 a.m.
She received a call from her mother.
Is that call answered?
It is not.
11:19 a.m. An incoming call from who?
From her sister.
Is that call answered?
No.
11:47 a.m. Incoming text.
From her mother said, please call me. I'm worried sick about you.
Is that call and is that text read?
It is not.
Is that text responded to?
It is not.
Oh, 12:07 p.m.
She received a phone call from her mother that was not answered.
12:20 p.m.
She received a phone call from her stepfather that was not answered.
And finally, were you able to determine when she was on her run if she was listening to music on her phone?
Yeah, she was listening to Spotify.
What is Spotify for the record?
It's an app where you can listen to music on your phone.
And just a few more questions, Sergeant. Were you the affiant on the arrest warrant for Jose Ibarra?
I was.
What was the date and time of his arrest warrant for the murder of Laken Riley?
It was February 23rd at 1958, which is 7:58 p.m.
And that was signed by what judge?
Superior Court Judge Norris.
Norris?
Norris.
And in your affidavit for his arrest, did you note his height and his weight?
I did.
What is his height
He's listed as 5'7".
and his weight?
He's listed at 156.
And at some point in your investigation into this case, did you have the opportunity to take a DNA sample in the form of a swab from the cheeks of an individual named Diego Ibarra?
I did.
Tell us a little bit about that, and before, while you're doing that, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as States 281.
I made a search warrant and it was signed by the judge on February 26th at 3:20 p.m. It was executed the following day around 10 o'clock.
How did you execute it? Just tell us what you did. Sorry.
I met with Diego Ibarra at the jail using gloves. I used a long Q-tip essentially and swabbed the inside of his cheeks.
And after you swabbed Diego Ibarra in that manner, did you seal those swabs?
I did.
And were they delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? And the state moves to admit States 281.
Any objection to 281?
Yes, sir.
281.
Witness.
Good morning.
Well,
Exhibit, already forgot the number, but of the phone, the summary of the phone search of Ms. Riley's phone that you just went through, when did you prepare that exhibit?
probably about a month ago or so.
Okay, and since then, you were aware that,
Actually, I take that back. It's probably 2-3 weeks ago, actually. Sorry.
so then that, and I'm not sure about the answer to my question. Was that before or after, I can't think of it, I don't know if it's titled Sergeant, Officer Durkett had got some follow-up information about the phone?
He did what? I'm sorry.
Are you aware that Officer Durkett a couple weeks ago got some additional information regarding the details of Ms. Riley's phone?
I'm not sure exactly what details you're asking about. I've been in contact with Officer Durkett regarding the phone, and we together looked at it and analyzed the information.
Okay, but he testified yesterday about some follow-up analysis that he did very recently. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that done? I guess that what I'm trying to get at is, was your exhibit prepared before that last follow-up analysis?
It was during that, when I was making that PowerPoint, we were discussing the back of the phone and looking at the phone.
Okay. Let's see, and then the security video, the trail camera video. You described some of the clothing that the person was wearing, but it also, would you agree that it appears that the person was wearing slides on their feet?
Correct.
And then there were, obviously, so you're one of the lead investigators in this case.
Correct.
And there are a number of agencies involved.
Correct.
So UGAPD, and then Athens, Clark County, GBI, FBI,
Correct.
State Patrol even,
Mhm.
right? And you had to, I guess, keep track of a lot of what the other officers in those other agencies were doing, right?
Correct.
And I noticed that in Athens, Clark County reports, Officer Charlie Krischer, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, it looks like Krischer, collected some discarded clothes from the park. You recall that?
I was aware of it. I wasn't specifically there when he did that.
Okay. And then, did UGA take custody of these discarded clothes that he collected from the park?
We did.
You did, okay. And then in your investigation, you became aware of some gloves that GBI located during a search of the Department 126.
Correct.
Did you ever go by Bolton Dining Hall where Diego worked to see if they used those gloves?
I did not.
And then John Carlos, the other roommate, one of the other roommates, you learned that he worked at WNB. That's like a wing restaurant, is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever go by there?
I did not.
And you obviously were aware that the first person actually from that apartment that with whom contact was made was Diego, right?
Correct.
And that was in the morning of the next day on February 23rd.
Correct.
And that officers noted that he had a swollen eye and a red mark on his face. Do you recall that?
Objection to outside her knowledge. The officer who encountered Diego or who was there on the scene with Diego was here yesterday. That is a question for him. This calls for speculation. She was not there.
No, I'll suspend the objection.
Can I ask it this way? Did you note those details in your report?
I did.
And then you also told us, well, I think you told us, you got the search warrant for Diego's DNA, right?
Correct.
And also a search warrant for his phone, Diego's phone?
Correct.
And you were made aware.
Objection, hearsay. It's going to be hearsay. There's no it is.
No, it's not. It might.
Okay, well,
Not the first question.
this is a difficult fact because this is our fact finder as well as a jury.
So you became
If you're
aware.
gonna ask the content of an search warrant affidavit, it's going to be hearsay.
Well, let me.
Why don't you finish your question, and then I will hear the objection further.
Thank you. Were you made aware of a witness named Stephanie Slayton?
Yes.
And if the next question is, what did she say, it would be hearsay.
Let's see what that is.
You were aware that Stephanie Slayton gave an interview with the police?
Correct.
And
And you included some of that information in your affidavit?
I did.
Another name that came up as a potential witness was a jogger in the park named Clementi.
Correct.
I'm blanking on his first name, but Clementi is the last name.
Joseph.
Joseph, thank you. And then also in your investigation, you I believe you were involved in these interviews with names that came to your attention through some Grindr app contacts.
I was with Detective Norris for some of them, not all of them.
Were you made, I believe you were involved in the interview with Robert Thornton?
Correct.
Okay. And then were you, not sure about this one, Maurice Jones, were you involved in that one?
I was.
Okay. And then Victor Chapana?
Yes.
Were any of those people shown lineups, photo lineups?
Yes.
Did those lineups include Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
And no one was able to identify?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll suspend that objection. And then you testified, you took out the warrants February 23rd in that evening, correct?
Talking about the
Arrest
restaurant?
warrant.
Yes.
And then helped present the case to grand jury to get the indictment that we're here on today. That was sometime in May, I believe.
Correct.
But your work continued after that, and you kept abreast of any new information.
Correct.
Okay. And that were you made aware of the new information from the Butts County Jail a few weeks ago?
I was made aware I was not involved in it in any way.
Okay. And but you knew that's where Diego was being held.
I knew based off that information I had not known previously.
Did that prompt you to re-interview Diego?
I did not.
Thank you, that's all.
Regret?
One moment, please. Nothing, Your Honor. May this witness be excused.
Any objection, Mr. Dodd?
Could you just ask that she be subject to recall, please?
Okay. You can sit down, you're subject to recall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You can call your next witness.
State call Special Agent Lucas Bayer and the community approach council.
Instructions to the media. There's about to be 5 body cam photos that I'm going to be reviewing that is not going to be published on the overhead. I'm instructing that there be no pictures or video taken of those documents if there might be a glimpse during the exchange. I'm told that after that happens, I'll tell you there may be something else, and I'll lift the restriction. Does that make sense? Good. All right. Thank you for your cooperation.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Special Agent Lucas Beyer, Lucasbeyer.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
How long have you been employed by the GBI?
since 2020.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I am employed at the GBI's Athens Regional Office. I'm a special agent and investigator.
And tell us about your training and your education, or your training for your job.
I have been in law enforcement since 2015. I started with Georgia Probation and Parole as a probation and parole officer. I was hired by the GBI in 2020 and went through Basic Law Enforcement Academy and also the GBI Academy. I have attended training for cell phone forensics. I have attended training for homicide investigations, child abuse investigations, and other general investigative tasks.
Are you a post-certified officer?
I am.
And were you the lead GBI agent assigned to investigate the murder of Laken Riley?
Yes.
Will you tell the court when were you assigned to that and what did you do in that regard in the very beginning?
I was assigned that role on Thursday, February 22nd, 2024. Shortly after 1 p.m., I was contacted by my immediate supervisor, Assistant Special Agent in Charge Heather Strickland. She advised that the University of Georgia Police Department was requesting GBI assistance in reference to a death investigation.
I'm sorry, can you come into that microphone just a little bit more because I make sure that Madam Court Reporter and everybody can hear you. Thank you. So you were advised that the University of Georgia requested assistance.
Because no one can hear her.
Yes, I was advised that the University of Georgia requested assistance in reference to a death investigation, and I was dispatched to an area on campus known as the Intramural Fields and Lake Herrick area and the Oconee Forest Park specifically. I was told that there was a deceased female that had been located in that wooded area. When I arrived at the scene, I met with UGA PD personnel, specifically Major Hammock, and he provided me a briefing of the information that they had gathered so far.
What time did you get on the scene?
I arrived on the scene at approximately 2 p.m.
And when you arrived on the scene, was Laken Riley's body still on scene?
Yes.
And did you assist your special agent, Daniela Stewart, in processing the scene, and were you on the scene that day?
I was on the scene that day. I did not assist in processing the crime scene. There were some things that I did assist with, such as gathering measurements. I also later helped look for a cell phone, but as far as the collection of physical evidence, I did not assist with that task.
And who did that task?
Special Agent Daniela Stewart, Detective Saunders from the University of Georgia Police Department were primarily assisting that task.
How long were you on scene that day?
I remained on scene that day until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
In your, and so then how did this work? Is a GBI an assist agency? Tell us about that. You nodded your head, so you have to say yes or no for Madam Court Reporter. Is GBI an assist agency?
Yes, the GBI is an assist agency.
And so what does that mean?
The GBI rarely opens or has original jurisdiction over their own investigations. We are we are requested by chiefs of police, local sheriffs, judges, district attorneys, fire chiefs. Elected officials can request the GBI to investigate a case also. We do not respond as a standard police department or patrol officer would to a 911 call. We have to be specifically requested by another law enforcement agency to initiate an investigation.
And after you were requested, your agency was requested in this case and you were assigned lead, did you work this case with the University of Georgia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And specifically with Detective Preston Norris, did you two work together?
Yes, we did.
And have y'all been working together on this case basically since it occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to hand you what has been marked for identification purposes as 286, 287, 288, 298, 297. I'm gonna ask that you keep these in the folder while you're looking at them, please, and keep them low. Do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
What are they?
These are screenshots that I captured from Sergeant Maxwell's body camera footage. That body camera footage depicted the moments that he initially found Laken Riley's body.
The state would need to admit those item numbers.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted. 286, 287, 288, 297, 298.
We have 1 moment. I am going to tender those exhibits to the court in the folder for them to be discussed. So, Investigator Lucas, as part of your, Special Agent Hyder, as part of your duties and responsibilities in this case, did you do a great deal of studying of Laken Riley's clothing and how it was on the scene?
I did, yes.
Let's start first with what you personally observed when you arrived on scene at 2 p.m. Go ahead and start. First of all, just tell us what you saw about her clothing in general, and then I'm going to ask you some specific questions.
At the time that I arrived on the scene, Laken Riley was still located on the scene, as I previously stated. Her the garments that were covering her torso, jacket, sports bra, they were completely removed from her body and they were lying on the ground next to her. She was still wearing shoes, socks, black pants, and we could also observe underwear that she was wearing. They were tan or pink in color, and they were poking out from the top of her, the waistband of her running pants.
And she liked to wear her running pants
Her running
over
pants, were they
her
above
belly
or
button.
below her navel when you saw her body?
They were below her navel.
Okay. And did you see the back of her body?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So how would you describe the top of her pants versus in the front versus the back? Were they even or were they uneven?
They were uneven. The back of her pants were significantly lower than the top of her pants.
You could see her underwear protruding. What do you mean by that?
I could see the underwear protruding from the top of her pants on the front of her body. The waistband of her pants had been moved, and the underwear was poking out from the top. As I just stated, the backside of her running pants were pulled down, exposing the top of her buttocks.
What a
Did
freaking
you
pig.
go back and review Sergeant Maxwell's body cam to see what her clothing was like when she was originally found by the UGP police officer?
Yes, I did.
And is that part of the photos that we admitted to the court for his consideration?
That's correct.
Okay. How would you, first of all, describe her running tights and her underwear? Was it in the same manner in Sergeant Maxwell's body cam as it was when you saw it?
Her pants and her underwear were in the same condition in the body camera as when I physically saw them on scene.
So her underwear was protruding like you saw it on scene.
Correct.
What about the top layer of her clothing? What was it the same?
No.
Okay. So how would you describe the clothing that you've studied in Maxwell's body cam at the top of her body?
The clothing on top of her body had initially in the body camera when Sergeant Maxwell found Laken Riley. Her jacket and shirt and sports bra that she had been wearing were heavily manipulated, and the clothing was pulled up extremely high above her breasts, which completely exposed her breasts. The jacket and shirt had been pulled up on her back, and all of her clothing items were bunched up around the back of her neck, and they were also pulled up off of her shoulders from the rear. Everything was pulled forward.
This poor girl.
Go ahead.
The
I was gonna ask you about the sports bra. Did you see her sports bra?
Yes, I did see the sports bra. The sports bra had been manipulated so that it had become the outermost layer of her clothing. The sports bra, as I was able to see in the body camera, was wrapped around her upper arms. They were wrapped around her triceps. And I was able to identify that that was the sports bra in the body camera footage because the bottom of the sports bra, as it would have been worn, the bottom layer that would have been below her breast was a pretty distinctive ribbed material. And I was able to see that ribbed material in the body camera footage wrapped around her triceps and her upper arms.
I'd like to live on a little.
Were you also part of the investigative team in making decisions about what to test and what not to test in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware that Laken Riley's part of her body was swabbed by a medical examiner?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Like her neck and her wrists and her ankles. And were those swabs tested by your laboratory, the GBI?
No, they were not.
And why not?
They were not tested because we knew that there had been at least 3 males that had touched Laken Riley's body without gloves when they were rendering aid and trying to save her life. We also know that there were additional males that
No
had
gloves, guys.
rendered aid to Laken Riley after the initial 3 officers had tried to render aid to her.
And would those be EMS and firefighters?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
We also saw in body camera footage that Sergeant Maxwell and Corporal Bridges, as they were the first ones to discover Laken Riley, they were equipped with whistles, and they were blowing in the whistles to try and signal other officers where their position was in the wooded area. As they were performing CPR on Laken Riley, we could see in the video that those whistles would occasionally touch her body, and it was likely that the whistles coming out of their mouth and then touching her body was depositing saliva on her person.
And at some point, you left the scene that day. Did you go to Bolt Dining Hall?
I did.
What is Bolt Dining Hall?
Bolton Dining Hall is one of the dining halls on the University of Georgia campus.
And what was your purpose for going there, and when did you go?
I went there on Friday, February 23rd, 2024, along with University of Georgia Police Department Major Hammock, in order to look at surveillance video from inside Bolton Dining Hall. We had received information that Diego Ibarra was employed at Bolton Dining Hall, and we went to the dining hall to look at the surveillance video to see if he had gone to work on the day of the murder.
And did you observe that video for yourself?
I did.
And were you with Major Hammock at the time?
Yes.
And just tell the court, what did y'all do? How did you see the video for yourself? Pull it up and see it?
Yes, we went to the Bolton Dining Hall administrative office, and we were allowed to look at a computer screen, and the Genetech security system was pulled up on the computer screen, and we were able to go back to specific dates and look at those dates and the surveillance video associated with those dates.
And is the Genetech it's Genetech and University of Georgia's Police Department audio and video surveillance system tied to their system?
Yes, it is.
And so are the times and date stamps on their videos accurate?
Yes, they are.
And were you asked for the purposes of today to burn clips of the video that you saw for yourself on February 23rd of 2020?
I was.
And did you do that, burn clips of what you saw?
Yes.
And then what's been marked State's Exhibit 282, you recognize 282?
I do. This is a thumb drive that contains clips of Bolton Dining Hall surveillance video.
And do those clips fairly and accurately, and are they an accurate recording of what you personally saw for yourself on the 23rd day of February 2020?
The clips contained on this thumb drive are from the 20th, 21st, and 22nd.
My question was the day that you saw it for yourself.
Oh, yes, correct. Yes, these are accurate clips that I observed on the 23rd.
So you pulled several days of video.
Yes.
You did that on the 23rd is when you saw it.
Correct.
And so the video that's contained on 282 has other dates on it that precede the 23rd.
That's correct.
Is it an accurate copy of the videos that you saw?
Yes.
Stay mute to admit, stay excused.
Talk into the mic there, little Miss Lawyer gal.
And just like the previous video for the court and counsel, we attempted to narrow the clip so that we're not watching hours and hours of video. And so that's what we're going to do. They're still not as short as maybe they could be, but it's certainly better than multiple hours. So I am publishing with the court's permission 282. Charlotte, here's my breath. It's not in there. So what days did you look at and what days did you make clips of? Let's start with that.
I observed Bolton Dining Hall surveillance video from February 20th, February 21st, and February 22nd.
So we're first publishing the first clip, which is the 20th. And tell us the time stamp on this video.
The timestamp on the video currently is 3:06 p.m. on February 20th, 2024.
And in your investigation, first of all, have you had the opportunity to actually see Diego Ibarra in person?
Yes,
And so do you know him when you see him?
I do.
And do you see him in this video?
We will see him in this video.
All right, we'll just let it play. We'll just let it play.
Diego Ibarra is currently on the screen.
Okay, well, I'll wait till he gets a little closer to the screen.
While this is happening, I promised the media I would tell them when they can publish, and they can do things. This is one they can start reviewing.
Yes, sir. Thank you for reminding me. Yes. They
All
may,
right.
and then if I could
That'll be fine.
it is paused. I'm pausing it at 3:08 p.m. Who is that individual?
That is Diego Ibarra.
What do you see him wearing and carrying?
He's wearing white shoes,
Look at this
black
guy.
pants, a gray t-shirt,
Jeez.
and a gray baseball cap. He's holding a gray, small gray backpack.
Does he have tattoos on his neck?
He does.
Do you see those in this video?
I do.
Please point those out for the court. Use the pointer next to you. It's right next to you.
Tattoos can be observed on the back of his neck here. There's also one behind his ear here.
Thank you. Does that complete the 20th clip?
It does.
What was his shift time at this dining hall?
His shift was from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Predators everywhere, you guys.
And I want to go to the next day, February 21st.
Correct.
I'm going to play that at this point. What are we looking at here at 4:22?
There's also Diego Ibarra arriving to work at Bolton Dining Hall.
What's he wearing?
White shoes, black pants, a gray t-shirt, a red and white baseball cap, a small gray backpack, and a blue jacket.
How are they
I'm gonna
working?
ask you questions about that jacket when we see it in a little different position.
How are these guys working? I don't get it.
And the backpack. Back it up a little bit. This at 4:42 p.m. is where I am in the video on the 21st. The backpack that you see in that video, is it same or different than one that Jose Ibarra was published on his social media?
It's different.
Okay, let me find that photo real quick. So you can tell us.
I wonder what kind of footage they have of this guy creeping around.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 247. It's already been admitted. Are you familiar with that image and that person?
I am.
Who is that person in 247?
This is a photo of Jose Ibarra.
And you see him with a bag in that photo.
I do.
Is it the same bag that we see here?
No.
Okay. How are they different?
Diego Ibarra's backpack is slightly larger. It also has 2 shoulder straps on it. This bag is smaller and has a single strap.
And as the investigator in this case, the GBI, did you personally, and many, many GBI agents along with you, look for that bag that you see in State's Exhibit 247?
Yes.
Did you ever find it?
No.
Oh, really? Garbage bin. Garbage was picked up that morning, so they missed a lot of stuff, sadly. We're trying to figure out the PayPal link. It sounds like copy and paste, maybe. Gotcha.
Now publishing the 2/21/24 clock out video. What time is it now?
The timestamp shows 10:58 p.m. on February 21st, 2024.
Can you imagine working with this guy, finding out what he was doing? They had expensive clothes. Oh, okay. My bad.
Who do we see now in the frame at 10:59?
That is Diego Ibarra.
Okay, I want to talk to you about this jacket. So this jacket that we see him put on, I'm going to ask you some questions after we watch it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it have a hood?
It does.
Does it have an emblem on it?
It has an emblem on the rear of the jacket at the top right shoulder.
When you see that emblem, I want you to tell me to stop the video.
Okay. You can stop now.
Okay.
Oh.
You see the emblem?
I do.
Point it out.
I don't.
The emblem is located right here.
And what type of emblem is that?
It appears to be a logo for North Face.
And you're familiar and you have seen the jacket that was recovered in the dumpster in this case?
Good
Yes, ma'am.
question.
Is that a North Face jacket?
No, ma'am.
Is this a different jacket?
It is.
Although I still can't see the emblem. I think they had 7, didn't they, friend? They had a lot of phones. 6, 7, a bunch. So again, how did these guys get jobs? Welcome in, Dinah. So if you didn't have paperwork, again, how did they get jobs? Or, yeah, I don't know. I'm not understanding that. Most of us have a hard time finding a job, and we got the paperwork. Unless the US is different.
Does that complete the 21st?
It does.
Did Diego Ibarra go to work on February 22nd at 2024?
Yes, he did.
And what time do you see him on video on that day?
Mr. Ibarra is shown clocking into work at approximately 3:57 p.m.
So at 3:57 p.m. on the 22nd day of February of 2024, where were you?
I was at the crime scene.
Had Laken Riley's body already been discovered?
Yes.
Had you, ACCPD, GBI, University of Georgia Police Department, had all of y'all already responded to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many police officers do you think, state, federal, and local, had descended upon the University of Georgia at about this time?
I would have a difficult time putting an accurate number on that, but it was numerous law enforcement.
More than one?
Yes, more than one.
More than 10?
Yes, ma'am.
If a person were on this campus on that day, would they know something's up?
Yes, ma'am.
And Bolton Hall, is that on the University of Georgia campus?
It is.
So he shows up to work at what time?
He shows up to work at approximately 3:57 p.m.
Thanks, Mexi.
And I'm going to stop it right there. 3:57 p.m., what is he wearing?
He's wearing white shoes, black pants, a gray t-shirt, a black and red baseball cap, and he has a small gray backpack. He also just deposited a gray or white jacket into the locker.
Interesting hair color.
On that day, is he wearing a black Adidas baseball cap?
No, ma'am.
What do you guys think about Diego? Does he set off your spidey senses too? I don't know why I'm all wrapped up in him, but I don't know. I'm not liking him either. Can't tell me he didn't know what his brother was doing. Personal opinion, of course.
Is that Diego Bar again at 3:59?
It is.
Right, Christy? I know.
And the last clip now at 2:22:24. What time are we at?
Timestamp shows 11:03 p.m.
Do you see Diego Ibarra again?
Yes.
What's he wearing?
White shoes, black pants, gray t-shirt.
So what, a
Currently
unisex
wearing
locker
a
room?
Black Georgia visor, and he's holding a white towel.
Maybe they'll rethink that. One predator in the midst for sure. They know. Don't cheap out. Give the girls their own space. You might think you know someone. Don't fool yourself. Right, guys?
What's he putting on now?
A gray or white hoodie and a red and black baseball cap.
On the 22nd day of February 2024, do you see him wearing a black Adidas hat?
No, ma'am.
It almost looks, I don't know, is it a restaurant or something along those lines? Cafeteria? I don't know for sure. I thought same sex locker rooms, regardless if it's just coats, had been abolished. Can you imagine how all of these girls in there feel knowing that that guy was in there with them so many times and what he could do? Yuck. Yeah. That's why I was thinking like maybe a cafeteria, but I'm still wondering how he could work. Like, how are these guys working without documents?
You still see Diego Ibarra there?
Yes, ma'am.
Creepy family.
You're now past the
Can do all sorts of good stuff on Discord.
You were speaking to Ms. Ross about the crime scene. I kind of want to start there.
I'll start somewhere.
Your rationale for not testing some of the swabs taken from the head. Was it your call what was sent to the GBI lab in this case?
All evidence that was collected, including the swabs, were sent to the lab. We had collaborative discussions with the lab and amongst the investigative team what we would request to be tested. There was also input by lab personnel on things that they would not test.
And so the decisions were made by a combination of you and other GBI personnel, you would say?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about black gloves. Did you ever observe black gloves collected from the residence where they are?
I did not personally see them, but I'm aware of them, yes.
Are you aware that they were not found in a box, but they were found in a
Nice.
Yes.
You went to Bolton Dining Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. While you were there, did you ask to see what kind of vision
Oh,
you
you're
used?
funny.
I did not.
You were aware that Diego worked at Bolton Dining as we discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to clarify for the record the times you mentioned him clocking in on each day.
Oh, funny. Oh my
February
God,
20th,
this is
he
good.
clocks in at 3:08 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
February 21st, he clocks in at 4:43 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And on February 22nd, he clocks in at 3:57 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
How far is Bolton Dining Hall from Diego's apartment?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And is 10 minutes a drive or a walk?
According to Diego, he generally took a bus or he had a friend take him.
And were you able to confirm that there was a bus route that could have transported him from near his apartment to Bolton Dining Commons?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that bus route include the stop near Rogers Road, that bus stop for UGA buses?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. So you regularly use that bus stop?
Yes, ma'am.
And sorry, you said it was about 10 minutes, you said?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
You were at the back to the woods. You were at the crime scene for several hours, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Tim Stewart from the Athens Police Department ever come by the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
What time was that?
That was early on. He was, I believe he may have been at the crime scene when I initially got there. At some point, he departed the scene.
Would that have been like 3 p.m. or?
Yes, ma'am. It was early on.
Okay. And you mentioned that several male individuals had attempted to render aid to Laken Riley without gloves. Were those the initial responding UGA police officers?
Yes, Sergeant Maxwell, Corporal Bridges, and Sergeant Epps.
Are you aware if the EMS personnel wore gloves when they handled her?
They did. The body camera depicts the firefighters and the paramedics wearing gloves.
And you mentioned you had a chance to, in detail, observe Riley's body.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you notice that she had fingernails that stuck out from her fingers a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you notice that there was blood on the inside of the fingernails?
Not personally. I didn't get that close. I didn't want to disrupt the scene
Sure.
beyond what I needed to as a case agent.
Did you review the photos later?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they show that there was blood underneath her fingernails?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it fair to say you were kind of in charge of and aware of any investigative action taken by the GBI in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're aware of that there were 2 interviews conducted with Juan Carlos,
Yes, ma'am.
and one of those was on February 22nd, the day, or sorry, February 23rd, the day that you all got involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a follow-up done, I believe, in March, was it March 4th?
I believe it was March 4th. If I can reference my notes
You may.
momentarily, I can give you confirmation of that. Yes, Monday, March 4th was a follow-up.
Similarly, our Hannahs was interviewed and took on February 23rd,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you were involved in a follow-up interview with him.
That's correct.
And what day was that follow-up interview?
That follow-up interview was conducted on, one moment please, I apologize. Friday, March 1st.
Are you aware a follow-up interview was done with Diego Ibarra?
It was not.
You're aware that GBI agents found black and orange latex gloves at a trash can across from the apartment on February 23rd?
Yes, that particular trash can was across South believe it's South Village Avenue, near a gas station.
Were those gloves collected?
I believe so, yes.
Were they tested?
That I do not know. Those gloves were determined to not be of evidentiary value because they were most likely associated with law enforcement personnel that had been in the area. On the 23rd, there were.
Did you review footage to confirm that?
Not personally, no ma'am.
And then you were also aware that there were some discarded clothes found near the intramural fields on.
Yeah, Jose and Diego were brothers.
There were some discarded clothes that were located behind
two different people.
Argo apartment complex near a walking trail. I am aware of the collection of those clothes. I also observed the officer's body camera of the collection of those clothes.
And were those clothes tested?
They were not. The clothes were determined to have been lying on the ground for an extended period of time. I did discuss those clothes with crime scene and forensic personnel, and we determined that it was unnecessary to test those clothes because they were not of evidentiary value.
The contents of Diego's bag, did you ask if those items be tested?
No, ma'am.
Including the black.
So it's almost like they're trying to put it on Diego. Like,
Was there
nice,
any
bro.
observable blood on Diego's black gloves that were in his bag?
No, there was not.
And if there was, would you have sent those to the crime lab?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say, do you use the word Argo Apartments? Does it also have another name?
It does.
Can you tell us that name, please, for the record?
The name of the apartment complex at the time of the incident was Celio at Azalyok. It is also currently known as the Grove at 5 Points.
And you were asked about clothing that was recovered near there, and you said something about it had been on the ground for some time. What do you mean by that? What did you observe?
The clothing had vegetative matter on it, sticks, leaves, twigs, pine straw, and the clothes appeared to have been wet several times and dried out several times, and they had the appearance of older articles of clothing that had been lying on the ground for an extended period of time.
And if there were any blood on that clothing, would you have sent it to the crime lab?
Absolutely.
And Diego was interviewed by you, is that right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
That interview was conducted on Friday, February 23rd, 2024.
And did you ask him questions?
I did.
And did he answer your questions?
He did.
And the gloves that were recovered inside Jose Ibarra's apartment D126, were they in a common area where anyone could access them?
Yes.
And the trail cam video from 2/22 of 24, the one at Building S, you know which one I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with that video?
I am.
Do you see Diego on that video at all that day?
No.
Can I have one moment with counsel?
Yes. Anything else, Ms. Beck?
Just one minute, Your Honor. When you interviewed Diego Ibarra, you had a chance to observe his demeanor,
Yes, ma'am.
and he was not particularly helpful.
He answered all of my questions. We conducted an interview for approximately an hour and a half. He was calm. He was generally respectful. He answered all of my questions.
But you would agree that he was not particularly helpful.
I don't know if I would agree with that statement. If he answered my questions and he agreed to talk to me and we conducted that conversation for an hour and a half, I would say that was helpful and an overall positive interview.
But you chose not to re-interview him later.
I did request to re-interview him later. He is represented by counsel on some unrelated charges, and I requested permission to interview him from his attorney and was denied that opportunity.
Just brothers.
Just a moment.
don't think Diego is as big as Jose.
Just briefly, the unrelated charges, are they federal court?
They are.
And what are the charges?
They are possession of a fraudulent green card.
And in your hour and a half that you spent with Diego on the 23rd day of February 2024, did he appear to be injured to you?
No, ma'am.
Did you see it? It looked like he had been in a fight or anything.
No, ma'am.
Did you see any scratches on him?
I did not.
That's all.
Anything else, Ms. Beth? Can he be excused?
Yes, yes, sir, but maybe hope for rebuttal. I'll work it out.
Okay. You can go down.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, well, well.
We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Ha. Na, 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 na.
Call their witness and then we'll go back to our meetings.
You can do that.
ACCPD officer who's
Oh, I love being able to go through that.
I'm trying to get him in so he can get back to work tonight. Officer Charlie Krischer.
That's my understanding, Mexi. Yes.
While that's happening, just
Possibly the rest of the house. There was 3 other people in that house as well. Apartment,
I need to go over
1 bedroom, something or other.
to testify or not testify, but if you agree to, for me to delay that until the state's case is done, just want to make sure that I had that opportunity.
Yes, sir. I think that it would be helpful to do that after lunch, I believe, once the state rests and that gives us an opportunity to speak to Mr. Carlson.
I don't know.
If you would please, Officer Krischer, raise your right hand. Do you
I
swear
don't know the answer to that
to
one.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, have a seat. If you could, just state your name and spell it for the record.
Yeah, my first name is Charlie, Charlie. Last name Krischer, Krischeger.
Okay. Officer Krischer, I'd just like to direct your attention to February 23rd of this year.
Okay.
You're who do you work for?
I'm going to go back a little bit because I'm thinking that the state finished. I think we missed something.
Judge, the defense had witness issues, for lack of a better term, and so the state agreed to permit them to call this witness out of order. So at this
Out of
point,
order.
they're going to call their witness and then we'll go back to our meetings.
There we go. Okay.
This is an ACCPD officer who's off shift.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get him in so he can get back to work tonight. Officer Charlie Krischer.
I wondered what happened there. That the defense is what? Why is the defense questioning first?
While that's happening, and just to make sure it's clear on the record, I need to go over with your client his right to testify or not testify, but if you agree for me to delay that until the state's case is done, just want to make sure that I had that opportunity.
Yes, sir. I think that it would be helpful to do that after lunch, I believe, once the state rests, and that'll give us an opportunity to speak to Mr. Carlson last time. If you would please, Officer Krischer, raise your right hand. Do you swear in the matter before this court to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right. Have a seat. If you could, just state your name and spell it for the record.
Yeah, my first name is Charlie, Charlie. Last name Krischer, Krischeger.
Okay. Officer Krischer, I'd just like to direct your attention to February 23rd of this year. You're who do you work for?
I work for the Athens Clark Police Department.
Okay. And were you working that day?
Yes.
All right. What were you doing that day? If you could just tell the court what it was, what your role in this investigation was.
So on that day, I was working my normal shift, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I was called on scene in reference to translation, because the suspects were Spanish speaking only. My first language is Spanish, so I was called on scene. But it looks like University of Georgia had their officers already there conducting interviews. So my supervisor just told me, go on the east side of the apartment complex, walk around, see if you see anything, and call it in, and we go from there.
Okay. And so just if I clarify, your role was to just kind of patrol and do police work, look for
Correct.
anything suspicious.
Correct.
All right. Did you, in your search around that apartment building, did you ever find anything that you felt was suspicious?
Yeah, by the trees where there's like a path where people can walk in. Behind there's a stop bus in that area. Behind it there's like some trees. I found a pile of clothing. Seems like it's been there for quite some time. It was wet. So I call it in, and University of Georgia officers arrive and collect those items.
Okay. Did you make a report about finding that pile of clothes, or was your role to just call that into the officers?
Correct. My role was just to call it in and to the officers.
Okay. Do you remember who those officers were that you called that into?
No, I do not.
You'd think
and
you would
again,
document
just
it.
to clarify, you thought something was suspicious, and it was this pile of clothes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do you know what was included in that pile of clothes?
I don't. All I know is that there was a pile of clothes in there. I didn't touch it, didn't process it, or anything.
Okay. Did you have any further role in any of this investigation?
Regarding to the clothes? Or?
No, just in general. Did you transport anyone for?
Yes, I did transport Diego Ibarra.
Okay.
To our east seat.
All right. And you did make a report about that because did you collect some of his clothes?
That's correct.
Okay. And was part of that collection, was there a hat that
That's
you
correct.
collected? Could you describe that hat, please?
It was a black Adidas hat. It had the logo, the normal logo, called white color.
Okay. And was he wearing that at the time that you collected it?
When I arrived and when I arrested him, he had it on his side, like he put it on the side of the window with his backpack.
Okay. Was he ever wearing it when you saw him?
No, to my recollection.
Okay. When you arrested him, did he say that it was his?
Yes, he said that it was part of his belongings.
Okay. And that's why you took it?
Yes.
All right.
Well, there you go.
That's all the question I have, Judge.
That's it?
Good afternoon, good morning. You first told us that
Wow.
the clothes have been there for quite some time. What did you observe that made you think
It was wet and it had a lot of debris on top, like a lot of gravel, stuff like that, and it seemed very tarnished.
that? And you did call the University of Georgia Police Department, they responded and collected the clothes?
That's correct.
And you just said when you transported Diego Ibarra, did he tell you that was his hat, or did he say that's part of my belongings?
That's part of my belongings.
Meaning of all the stuff that he had on him that day, that was
Correct.
his, right?
Wouldn't this be on
Did
the
he say it was
camera?
exclusively his hat?
No, I did not ask any more questions. I just asked, hey, is this part of your stuff? And he said yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Nothing further.
Any
We just give you
excuse?
excuse from Mark.
Wow, that was pretty impactful.
Any objection to him being excused as well?
No, sir.
You're excused.
Pretty impactful, that was.
So we're back to the state's case.
We are back to the state's case, and because we're just in this order right now to make it easier. I'm just gonna recall Sergeant Daniel Saunders. He's outside.
Sergeant Daniel Saunders.
Well, I wonder why it was so important to get him in there. I do not understand their tactics. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Smash that thumb for me, guys. I think I can still get out into the algorithm with a little bit of help from my friends.
In this matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please take a seat, state and spell your name.
Daniel Saunders, Daniel, last name Saunders.
And are you the same Daniel Saunders that testified, I believe, on Friday?
Yes.
And in this particular case, Sergeant Saunders, now Lieutenant Saunders, did you receive clothing from ACCPD, specifically Officer Kirschner, the guy who just left? Did you see that guy leave?
Yes.
That guy.
Did you receive clothing from him that was recovered around on the 23rd?
Alrighty then.
Yes. Officer Hubbard with our agency collected clothing items.
Alrighty then.
Did you look at those items?
Yes.
Did you see any blood on those items?
No.
Did you see anything suspicious about those items?
No.
Could you describe those items? Did they appear to be weathered?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw.
The pair of pants had green rust corrosion on the button that had kind of spread away from the button. They were stained with dirt, and it looked like they'd been there for a while.
Well, there you go.
Outside, exposed to the elements.
Correct.
And if you had seen blood on those items, would you have tested it?
Yes.
Would you have sent them to the crime lab?
Yes.
In your opinion, do those items have anything to do with this crime?
I don't believe so.
That's all right.
There you go. Wow.
You're aware that there's at least one officer who disagreed with your assessment that clothes have been there a long time.
I'm not sure how we determined that they had been there a long time or a short time.
But you're aware that somebody else observed the clothes disagreed with your assessment.
So what?
I can say Officer Hubbard wrote in his report that it appeared that they had been there recently.
No further questions.
When you observed those clothing items, where were you?
I was at our agency at the station.
In your laboratory?
Yes.
Were you able to pull them all out and look at them individually?
Yes.
Is it your opinion they were all weathered?
Yes.
That's all I have.
There you go. Unreal, guys.
Next witness.
Johnson.
Ms. Johnson.
You're putting through a lot of witnesses. I think they've proven their case. You see them out there creeping around. I think the defense was going to say that they didn't test items that they should have. And the other cop is saying, well, we looked at them in a lab and they're old, rust around the buttons. So no real reason to test them or assume they're
Just
part
the
of this.
microphone, so you're speaking loudly into it.
That's my
Tell
understanding.
us your first and last name, please.
My name is Valencia Johnson, Valencia Johnson. I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a lab technician in the trace evidence section.
Fair enough.
5 years. So the trace
Can't
evidence
hear
section is where
the prosecutor at all.
collect materials. So trace evidence are materials that are usually microscopic in nature that can be transferred between persons and objects when they come in contact with each other.
What are your duties in the trace evidence section?
My main duty is the collection and preservation of trace evidence, primarily hair and fiber, which is called processing.
Were you working in that capacity at the GBI in February of this year?
Yes, I was.
And you're still working in that capacity today?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to your case number 2024-1005-107. What are the individuals associated with that case number?
Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra.
And when an individual or when items of evidence come into the crime lab
She met
associated
a
with an
monster.
individual, are they given their unique case number?
Yes.
And is the unique case number for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for the murder of Laken Riley 2024-100-5107?
Yes.
And when items of evidence come into the GBI, then do you all give them a case number inside the GBI? The items of evidence individually. Meaning, if I send you 100 items of evidence for Laken Riley, do you number them in the crime lab?
It's all the same case, but they get unique numbers.
So under that same case number, each item of evidence would have a unique case.
Yes.
So with that background, I want to ask you a few questions about items of evidence that you observed and saw and processed in this case. I want to first ask you about some gloves, black gloves and a jacket that you received. And just for the ease, if you needed your February 2026 report. Did you receive 3 black gloves and a navy jacket?
Yes.
Could you tell the court, first of all, on what date did you receive those items and what are those item numbers for the GBI?
Okay. I received those items on February 23rd, 2024.
Yeah, I didn't see her come in with any reports.
What is the GBI number for the 3 black gloves that you received?
Item 2.
And what is the GBI number for the jacket?
Item 3.
I am going to hand you some evidence
Here we go.
that has already been admitted. And here's some gloves if you need them. I'm going to hand you first what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 149. And since I'm already up here and I don't want to move back, 147, I'm going to put it this way, okay? So first, starting with State's Exhibit 149, do you see your name and initials on that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is the item, the GBI item number for that exhibit?
It's item 2.
And are there 3 black gloves inside of that exhibit? So let's look at those.
So slow. Like drama? Dun, 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 dun.
Yes, there are.
Were you the first person at the crime lab to receive those gloves?
I was the first person to work on the gloves.
And to work on those gloves, or when you worked on those gloves, first of all, what did you do to those 3 gloves?
I processed them for possible hair and or fiber.
And how did you do that?
I looked at them under a stereo microscope.
And what did you do with the things that you may have?
Look at how thick her hair is, my God.
I recovered possible hair and or fiber from item 2A and item 2B.
And that's a good point. Did you give the gloves an individual association 2A, 2B, and 2C?
Yes, I did. I sub-itemized them.
And did you observe the condition of the gloves when you received them at the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
What were the condition of these gloves when you received them?
The gloves were damaged. They
For
had
sure.
holes and possible stretching.
When you say holes, might be a silly question, but what do you mean by holes?
There's like a hole in the item, so the outside, you can get inside them through that hole.
You could see through them.
Yes.
And after you process the gloves, where do they go in your agency from there?
They were transferred to the forensic biology section.
What do they do in forensic biology in general?
In general, so they test for
You guys
serology,
think that the defense will start today?
DNA.
And when you received the gloves and you observed the holes and you collected items of evidence from it, Did they pass on to forensic biology?
The collected materials, we keep them in our section.
But the gloves themselves went on to forensic biology?
Yes.
The jacket, did you receive, it's at your feet, if you could look at that. I think it states 147.
Technical terms.
Yes, I did.
Did you process that item at your laboratory?
Yes.
What did you do to the jacket states 147?
It was interesting to have listen to her try to explain the whole.
Lifting it, except for the neckline and cuffs, and I did a visual with a magnifying glass on those areas.
Did you observe hair on that jacket?
So we don't usually note where possible hair and or fiber is on the item exactly, because it can move around in the bag, but there was possible hair and or fiber collected.
And do you recall seeing it on the jacket when you collected it?
Yes.
And the hair that you collected off that jacket, what did you do with it?
They were packaged and kept in our section in case it was requested for them to be analyzed by our hair or fiber analyst.
Look at all of
and
those.
Looking at that jacket, do you recall where on the jacket you saw hair?
I do remember one place where there was possible hair and or fiber around a button.
And the jacket, when it left you, after you processed it, where does it go from after leaving you?
After leaving me, it was transferred to the forensic biology section.
Did you have the opportunity at your laboratory to look at the clothing of Laken?
Yes, I did.
Did you find a key in Laken Riley's clothing?
Yes.
Where did you find her key?
I found the key in her jacket.
Did you have the opportunity to process the fingernail clippings of Laken Riley?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what you're marking for evidence of states 319.
All those lawyers working for someone they have to know is
We have
guilty,
lots of things marked already in between for cross, and we will leave this up to the medical examiner.
as well as other issues.
States 319, do you recognize states 319?
Yes, I do.
Do you see your unique GBI case number that is associated with Laken Riley on states 319?
Yes.
And do you see your initials on 319?
I do.
What item number within that case number did you assign, or the GBI assign, the fingernail clippings of Laken Riley?
Item 18.
And what did you do, and if that was you're holding right in front of you, right?
Yes.
The state would move to admit states 319 and link it up with the medical examiner behind you.
Can you check the 319? I just think it's premature. No, Judge.
Do you see your initials on 319?
Yes.
Are they at the bottom there?
Yes.
Okay, just show it to the court.
Premature, what does that mean?
So what did you do to states 319?
I looked at the item under a stereo microscope.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you did that?
I observed the nail clippings, but I did not find any possible hair under fiber.
So no hair or fibers underneath the fingernails?
No.
And did you look at the right hand and the left hand?
Yes.
And if you had found hair or fibers, where would they have gone?
They would have been collected and kept within the trace evidence section.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions about a few more of the items. Did you look at a cutting from a tree?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
And what did you do to the cutting from the tree?
I performed a visual with a magnifying glass and removed any possible hair or fiber I found.
That was amazing. They took that piece of tree out.
Yes.
What's already been admitted.
And then you, I'm sorry. And then you've got places like Delphi where they leave sticks in the wood with, splattered with DNA of young girls.
Already been admitted to states 87 and 88. And again, my numbers are very different than your numbers. If you could first with 89, do you recognize states 89?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the cutting from the tree.
And did you process that in the trace evidence section?
Yes, I did.
And just so we can be clear, what GBI item number was states 89 or is states 89?
Item 24.
Item
This
24.
volume, guys.
Yes.
Right. And did you, what if anything, did you discover on that exhibit, states 89?
I removed possible hair under fiber.
And was that sent on to who was that sent on to?
After I was done, it was transferred to the principal.
And then
Delphi.
State's
Oh, lordy,
Exhibit
lordy. I don't think they're over there. I don't think they're over and done with.
Do you recognize those items? And you can actually take them out. Do you, first of all, do you recognize your signature on these items?
Yes, I recognize my initials.
And do you recognize your unique GBI case number?
Yes, I do.
And if you could tell us for state 88, which is in your left hand, what is your GBI case item number for that one?
Item 23.
And in state 87, what is your GBI item number for that?
Item 24. I mean 22. Sorry.
So 22 and 23. And
Yes.
what are these items physically? And if you need to, you can open them up and look at them. Do you need to?
I mean,
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, the one.
I like her.
I opened one which is states 88. You opened
Thank you.
87. So 87, did you see that item?
yes, I did.
And what did you do with states 87 at the lab?
I performed a visual exam using a magnifying glass and removed any possible hairs and fibers I found.
And did you see hairs on that item?
Possible hairs and fibers.
I think you could correct me, possible hairs, right?
Yes.
And did those hairs go on to your trace evidence section?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I'll put that back in while you look at states 88.
So why are they not changing their gloves?
What did you do to states 88?
I processed this item by performing a visual exam using a magnifying glass, and I removed any possible hairs and fibers I found.
And did you find possible hairs or fibers on them?
Yes, I did.
And did those go on to your trace evidence section?
Yes.
Maybe because not touching the item? Some of them are so anal and other ones are more relaxed. So is that a microphone taped to the witness bench?
I have one moment, Your Honor. I believe those are my questions, except for one final thing. The key that you found in Laken Riley's jacket, did you know what color it was in your report?
It was pink.
Okay, that's
Well,
all I
that's what
have.
I'm thinking, Ruthie. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Just a couple questions, please. The gloves that you mentioned, did you photograph them?
No, I did not.
The damage or the hole that you testified about, did you measure that at all?
No.
And then what about the possible hair or fiber that you collected from the other items?
I'm glad you figured that out, Mel.
Photograph that when you
That's awesome.
remove it from the item?
No.
Thank you.
Were they photographed by the forensic biology section, the gloves?
Yes, they were.
All right, thank you. That's all I
Wow, this defense.
have. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I mean, they have nothing to work with.
Alexander Colvin.
What she said, Alexander Colon. Oh. Who's this sharp-dressed man? Fed? Oh, that's awesome, Mel. That's awesome. Lots to look into as far as cases, lots and lots. I'll put the Discord link in the description for anyone else. I'll put Patreon, Twitter. Patreon's a great spot to go if you like documents. It's a good community. Just started it. So come on over. This guy just drives me nuts. He looks like he has zero interest unless something graphic happens to be shown. Yeah, Discord's an awesome spot. They'll play movies over there. People post their areas that they live in.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
You can talk like an adult.
If you could please take a seat and state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Alexander Colvin. Last name C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
Where do you work, sir?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
How long have you worked there?
Going on 10 years now.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
That's a great.
I am a microanalyst or scientist in the trace evidence section, and I perform casework in the areas of gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and polymers, fractured materials or physical fit, as well as some general unknowns and pepper spray and bleach cases.
Yeah, it was awesome when you popped in that day, Ruthie. I love that.
Yes,
what is a microanalyst?
a microanalyst is a scientist that is in the trace evidence section, performing casework in those areas I mentioned earlier, including hair and fiber examinations as well, typically using microscopes or analytical techniques that take a look at different components of evidence that are microscopic to the naked eye.
These guys all look so young, doing it for 10 years.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University. And upon being hired at the GBI Crime Lab, whatever area of analysis is needed at the time upon being hired, that will be the training program that you will begin. So for me, when I was promoted to a scientist, the first area of casework that I began in was GSR. And then once you start casework in that area, finishing the training, you will move on to different areas of analysis and complete those training programs as well.
Have you completed a training program on plastics and polymer?
Yes, I have.
What is that in general terms?
Plastics or polymers are monomers or molecules that are chemically bonded together to form structures. These are the basis for any natural or man-made substances or materials, to include plastics and rubbers, things of that nature.
Can you describe what kind of training you have received in that area?
The training for that particular area of analysis involves practical exercises, written and oral exams, lots of reading, and at the very end, for certain areas of analysis, there will be an oral board or a mock trial phase, and then a supervised casework phase where you're doing real casework while your trainer is going through the technical processes with you.
And have you completed all of that training?
Yes, I have.
Have you previously been qualified before as an expert in the field of microanalysis?
Nope, it's free, Mel.
Plastics and polymers like a subsection of microanalysis.
Yes, it is.
How many times have you been recognized an expert in the field of microanalysis?
Generally about 84 times.
And would that include in the superior courts of the state of Georgia?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Mr. Colvin as an expert in the field of microanalysis.
Witnesses are allowed to testify as an expert in the area of microanalysis.
And Mr. Colvin, I'm going to hand you some items on this last 15 minutes. I'm going to hand you 2 items. Oh, you have your own item. I'm going to hand you 2 items, dates 149 and 244, and I'm going to ask you some questions.
It's all free in there, friend. It's a great platform.
Okay.
Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
I want to start with the first one I handed you. Was that 149? You see my state exhibit sticker?
Yes.
Okay, let's start first with that. So my state exhibit sticker 149, do you recognize your unique GBI case number associated with Laken Riley on it?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your initials on that as well?
Yes, I do see my initials and date when I began my examination, as well as my initials on the seal when I completed the examination.
What is your unique item number for State's Exhibit 149, the 3 black gloves that I just gave?
That is item number 2.
And were they sublabeled 2A, 2B, and 2C?
Yes, they were.
They've got so much evidence.
The next item that I handed you is State's Exhibit what?
State's Exhibit 244.
Do you recognize State's 244?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your initials and your GBI unique case number on State's 244?
Yes, I do, as well as the initials on the seal when I completed the analysis.
And State's Exhibit 244, does it have 3 gloves in it as well?
Yes, it does.
And what unique item number were those 3 gloves given at the crime lab?
Item number 40 and sub-itemized as item 40A, 40B, and 40C.
And in your report, is it noted where item 40 came from?
The gloves from item 40.
And that's your item 40 for the record?
Yes, my item 40. Your Honor, may I look at my notes, please, just to make sure? So the gloves from item 40 were identified as being recovered from an apartment complex, or an apartment inside of a drawer.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So did you look at those 2 exhibits, States 149 and States 244? Did you examine both of those exhibits?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to both of those exhibits? Tell us how you did it.
So I did a comparison between the 3 gloves that were identified as found in bushes to the 3 gloves that were identified as being found in an apartment drawer. This included taking a look at all of the physical characteristics of these gloves, taking measurements for the sizing of the gloves, thickness measurements of the gloves, as well as noting any physical characteristics on the gloves, such as these black gloves having a very small textured gridded pattern on them. And then upon noting that these 2 sets of gloves are consistent physically, I then moved on to a microscopical comparison using a polarized light microscope to compare the optical characteristics between the 2 sets of gloves, and then a variety of analytical techniques that allowed me to compare the chemical components of the gloves, the elemental constituents of the gloves, as well as the optical characteristics of those gloves.
What were your conclusions?
My conclusions were that the black disposable gloves that were recovered from the bush are like the disposable gloves that were recovered from the apartment and could have originated from the same source.
What is
Could
the
have. Oh boy.
chemical makeup or the composition of those gloves? Both states 244 and 149. Are they latex? Are they plastic? What are they?
Typically, disposable gloves, as we all know them, are composed of latex or PVC or polyvinyl chloride or nitrile gloves, so rubber. However, these gloves were polyethylene.
What's polyethylene?
Polyethylene is just another polymer type, excuse me, polymer type. Typically, when it comes to polyethylene gloves, these are maybe a more inexpensive type of disposable glove that may not stretch as much or have that rubbery or latex quality to it.
So where do you find these gloves? Kitchen, possibly?
And when you say may not stretch as much, what do you mean by that?
They're not plasticized, so not latex or rubber. So if these gloves were to be strained or pulled or stretched in any way, they may tear more easily.
And safe to say that you were not the first person at your lab to look at these gloves or examine these gloves or process them. Would that be safe to say?
That is correct.
And I know that you all have a certain order about how you do things. It's trace, latents, DNA. Can you tell us if you know, and I don't know if you know, so I'm asking this way, you know in what order the gloves went? What number scientist were you in your lab to examine these gloves and test them?
I believe I was the last scientist to do an examination on these gloves after processing, after latent prints, and then I believe biology as well.
Okay.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
That's all I
Jeff, you made some corn cakes. Come.
Mr. Coben, is it Agent Coben? What's the?
Mr. Coben's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding kind of what your job is correctly. Your job is more to examine the composition of the gloves rather than the condition of the gloves. Is that a fair kind of assessment?
That's a fair assessment. I may note the condition of the gloves, but doing a comparison will be more so not based on the condition I received them in.
Okay. Yeah. The condition of the glove and kind of things that might be relevant to an investigative purpose might have been covered by the other scientists who had before you, right?
That's correct. That's reasonable to expect.
The
Yes.
trace people, the processing, I think is what.
So what? You're
Processing,
going to say that
latent
it's not
prints
him?
and then DNA
Because
biology as well.
Okay. And all of those people are it starts when the gloves are how they're found.
Like
right?
what,
How the
Tinker?
GI gets them.
Correct.
Okay. And each one of those kind of processes affects what those gloves look like in the end. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Okay. They're putting chemicals on them, perhaps.
They have
bigger
photos though, right?
That sort of thing.
That is correct.
Okay. They might even cut the gloves in half.
That's correct.
Okay.
They have the photos,
and
Mr.
so
Lawyer.
The condition when you got them would not have allowed you to, you talk about measuring the gloves, but what you were talking about is the size of the gloves, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Not necessarily holes that were in the gloves, or you don't know how those gloves came into GBI, in other words.
I did not lay eyes on these gloves as they were when they were received by the GBI. However, when it comes to doing the measurements that I did in this examination, any areas that if they were damaged or altered in any way, I tried to stay away from those areas so I could do the best comparison between the known gloves and the question gloves from the bush.
And when you're making those,
Good answer.
You said you might make note of holes or anything like that. Did you
mention any of those in your report?
In my report?
Yes.
Not in my report, but they're mentioned in the notes, yes.
Okay. When you say they
Put
were lighter
down.
than
There's you got nothing. I'm right, Christy. I'm like, what?
That's correct. So when we're referring to them being like
I hope we don't have to
cell phone,
hear a lot of this stuff
this
when
is
they
the
get their turn.
optical characteristics I mentioned.
I
The
don't like
physical
stupid.
characteristics with the textured pattern, the same polyethylene-based type of glove, same measurements, etc.
And that they could have come.
They don't have much to work with.
That's correct.
Okay. What source is that?
That is not something that I could speculate to. The known gloves were identified to us as being found in a drawer inside of an apartment. So these question gloves found in a bush
Pretty
could
bad.
have come from that source as well, but they could have come from some other source of gloves that were manufactured the exact same way.
Pretty bad.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Like, why does they don't really have much of a defense? I can't hear a thing.
So, are you asking for more than an hour?
Yes,
Okay. So we'll stop the lunch now, makes sense. Come back at 12:30, 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay, we're just gonna. Okay, come on. Here we go. Getting closer. Ooh. Alrighty. Okay, their microphone's not on. So what do you think? Starting a couple hours later, but being able to zip through all these breaks. Do you guys like that? What do you think? What a goof. Unreal. All the money that's being wasted on someone who came with no papers, committed a horrendous crime, caught on video, not the act, but you can see where he's going and you see him dispose of things and his DNA and her. It's just like there's so much. How do you defend the indefensible? Undefensible? Him creeping around like he was, like, oh my God. Can you imagine being the girl that lived in that apartment that was in the shower when he started to try and get into her place?
You asked us what Mr. Donovan.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And here it is.
Can you imagine being her and just knowing that that guy was there and deleted someone right after? Deleted someone right after trying to get into her place. Laken fought back. Her actions helped get this guy here. Scientist, do you think?
Please, ma'am, do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Do you please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name?
Sure is.
Good
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Dr. Michelle DeMarco, Michelledimarco.
Doctor.
Good afternoon. Where are you employed?
I am currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Medical Examiner's Office.
What are your duties and
Okay.
responsibilities there?
I am an associate medical examiner, so my duties include performing autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death, as well as testifying in court.
How long have you worked as a medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of
Oh,
Investigation?
her family.
I've been an associate medical examiner for 3 years now.
Could you tell the court a little bit about your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
Of course. So starting out back in college, I had a 4-year degree in a major in biology with minors in chemistry as well as biomedical physics. So I had my bachelor's degree in 2011.
Wow.
Following that, I did 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, South Carolina, to get my MD degree or medical doctor degree. Following that, I moved to Atlanta to have a 4-year residency at Emory. My 4-year residency was in anatomic pathology as well as clinical pathology. Following that 4-year residency, I entered my first fellowship. I spent a year at the Children's Hospital of Atlanta for a pediatric pathology fellowship. Following that, I entered my second fellowship with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in forensic pathology.
Wow.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been so licensed?
Since residency training.
And what year is that?
I started residency in, what year was that? Sorry, I started residency
A lot
in
of school.
2015.
Are you board certified?
I am board certified. I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, pediatric pathology, and forensic pathology.
Holy.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I have been a member in the past as a trainee when the memberships were free, but currently I'm not paying any membership dues for those organizations.
Is it your duty to perform autopsies?
It is.
What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy, you
What
can think
is
of it
an
as 3
autopsy?
components. So the first is our external examination, which consists of essentially a physical exam head to toe. Following that, we have our internal examination where we will remove all of the organs and examine them and dissect them. Following the internal
Trigger
portion,
warning.
we will collect evidence and submit test
Trigger
samples to
warning.
toxicology, and that's kind of the third ancillary aspect of our autopsies. And our autopsies are performed to determine the cause and manner of death.
How many autopsies have you performed over the course of your career in training?
Over 1,000.
Have you previously been qualified before in a court of law as an expert in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 10.
And is this included in the superior courts of the state of Georgia? Have you testified as an expert in Georgia?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. DeMarco as an expert in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology.
The witness will be allowed to testify as an expert in the areas of pathology and forensic pathology.
And what is briefly pathology and forensic pathology?
Of course. So pathology is essentially the study of disease. My residency training was mostly spent in the hospital, in the pathology department, in the laboratory. So there's anatomic pathology, which is more so dealing with the tissues. So let's say, for example, you have a biopsy performed. A pathologist is the person that will oversee the lab that processes the biopsy and look at it under the microscope. In addition to that, anatomic pathology also includes autopsies. So there will be medical autopsies in the hospital that are performed. Clinical pathology, instead of dealing with diagnosing disease in the tissue, it's diagnosing disease in liquids. So if you get a blood test performed, that goes to a laboratory that is run by a pathologist to get your hemoglobin level, per se. Then forensic pathology is a subset of anatomic pathology that deals with medical legal autopsies, sudden unexplained deaths that are usually non-natural, but natural also occurs as well.
Were you the doctor that performed an autopsy on an individual named Laken?
Yes, I was.
Would you tell the court, please, on what day and what time did you perform that autopsy?
On February 23rd at approximately 8:35 a.m.
Where was that autopsy performed?
At the GBI headquarters in Decatur, Georgia.
When you performed the autopsy on Laken Riley,
I'm just going to keep the trigger warning up, guys.
Photographs were taken under my direction by our forensic photographer.
Thank you. And did you also produce a report summarizing your findings?
I did, yes.
And what is the unique case number that was assigned to Laken Riley? And did you use that unique case number in photographs and in your report?
Yes, that unique case number was used throughout. May I refer to my report so I don't misstate the case number?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Can't hear a thing again. Holy, what was that you said, Crispy? Great. Mike's great again.
The case number is 2024-1005-107.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to approach the witness.
Oh, it is. Wowzer.
Follow along. I'm handing Dr. DeMarco states 299 to 218 and ask if she recognizes those, and I'm going to have an extra copy of the report so that she can talk about the photo by number and everybody can see it without having the need to publish the photos.
I understand. But is there, they haven't been admitted yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave them right here.
Thank you,
until
sir.
they are.
Oh, 299 to 318.
Wow, 299 to 318. I think they're all what, photos?
Do you recognize states 299 to 318?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are the photographs that were taken at the time of autopsy.
Of Laken Riley?
Correct.
And her belongings? Or items that came in with her body, sorry.
Right. Yes.
The statement, do they fairly and accurately depict Laken Riley and her body as you saw it on February 23rd of 2024?
Oh, you can't help but feel bad for these families. Good Lord. Family and friends.
And in lieu of publishing them over the Elmo, Your Honor, if you could take
There you
those for the delay. So let's start first with, could you tell the court in what condition did you receive Laken Riley's body?
Laken Riley was received to our office in a body bag with identifying tags on the zippers of the external surface.
And is that what we see in states 299?
Correct.
And in states 299, do you see that unique case number that you just read to us?
Yes.
States 300, could you tell us what we're looking at there?
Following the photographs that are taken of the tags on the bag, we will take as, quote unquote, as is photographs. So as we receive the body, we will take photos how they come in. And that is photos 300 through 302.
I want to talk to you about the condition of her body. First of all, were her hands bagged?
Yes.
And do you see those bags in states 300?
Yes, and 301.
301. And what other, could you describe her body in terms of how was she clothed and what, if any, other items you saw around her hair?
She came
He's sure
in
paying
wearing
attention.
pants, undergarments, as well as shoes and socks. She had a necklace on her neck as well. There was a hair tie in her hair, as well as admixed leaves and twigs, vegetative debris.
Brutal.
And are those items depicted in states 300? That is the vegetative debris. Do you see it at the top of states 300?
Yes.
In her hair?
Yes.
All right. And then moving to states 302, does that depict her bottom part of her clothing, her leggings, and her shoes?
Correct.
Could you please describe Laken Riley in terms of age, height, and weight?
May I refer to my report for height and weight? So that I'm accurate.
Like 5'4", 110 or 115 pounds.
She's a 22-year-old female, 64 inches or 5'4", and 143 pounds.
Okay, 143.
Did you observe any injuries to Laken Riley?
I did.
So do I.
Can you globally describe them? And
I
then
like
we'll
him as
cover
well.
them in more detail. Globally describe the injuries that you saw, just in general terms.
So Laken exhibited blunt force head trauma as well as signs of asphyxia.
What is asphyxia?
Asphyxia is essentially the inability to deliver oxygen to your tissues and cells.
And what types of actions can cause asphyxia? Where do you see asphyxial deaths?
Asphyxial deaths can be seen in hangings, which are ligature strangulation. They can be seen in manual strangulation as well as neck compression, either by somebody using their arm or doing an arm bar or chokehold or something like that.
And at times, as a medical examiner, are you able to determine what type of asphyxia caused or contributed to a victim's death?
In cases where we have good autopsy findings that would allow us to categorize them into one of those areas, we can.
And in this particular case with Laken Riley, were you able to determine what type of asphyxia you saw?
I was not able to categorize it.
So how did you categorize it in your report then, or how did you characterize it?
I just refer to it as asphyxia and not otherwise specified.
So it could be manual, it could be manual strangulation, but you just don't have enough findings to say.
Correct.
Could be compression.
Correct.
So you told us the global injuries. I want to start first with Laken's face and head, and then move down the rest of her body.
Trigger warning.
So we're looking at states 303. Could you tell the court what we're looking at there?
303 is what we call our quote-unquote ID shot. So we take this for every case where we put the case number under the individual's face and take this photograph.
Do you see any injuries to Laken's face?
Yes.
What are those injuries? Please, can you describe them for us?
She has a combination of abrasions, which are scrapes, as well as contusions, which is just a fancy medical way of saying a bruise, so bleeding under the skin, as well as lacerations. Lacerations, as opposed to an abrasion just being a scrape of the skin, a laceration is a defect of the skin and the tissue immediately underlying it.
States 304, what are we looking at there?
This is another photograph of her face with a little bit of a closer view, as well as more exposure of the injuries to the left side of her head.
And can you see in state 304 her neck?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries to her neck? And if you did, could you please describe them?
Yes. On external exam, she had approximately 1-inch cluster of small abrasions on the left side of her neck.
And what can cause abrasions?
What?
Abrasions are a form of blunt force trauma.
Oh, okay, I see what they've done.
What does that say?
In this photograph, we have shaved away some of the hair on the left side of the scalp so that we can better see this cluster of lacerations that are on the left side of the scalp. In addition to these lacerations, there are associated areas of contusions, which is that red bruising that is around the lacerations, as well as some abrasions associated with them as well.
What is a laceration?
A laceration is a form of blunt force trauma in that the skin and the tissue underneath the skin are separated.
Did you notice any injuries?
Oh, whoa.
I'm going to ask you to describe them first. If
What the hell is that?
Describe for us the most severe injury that you saw to the left side of her head first, and then I'll ask.
It's creepy.
The largest laceration was over 1 inch in greatest dimension, and you can see it associated with a defect of the underlying skull.
And when you say a defect in the underlying skull, what do you mean?
A fracture.
The hell is that?
So did she have a skull fracture?
Yes.
How did you describe that skull fracture? Or how would you describe it?
Jeez.
It is a complex displaced fracture of the left calvarium.
What does that mean?
It is a
I don't know what
segment of
that
the
is.
skull on the left side is displaced from its usual anatomic location.
And displaced in what way?
Displaced into the calvarium.
Okay, so into her skull.
Correct.
There is a part of her skull missing that's been displaced inside her head. Is that the way of saying it?
It's there, yeah. It's just displaced. Yep, into the skull.
Into her skull. Right. And you told us how long it was. Is that what you described in 1 inch plus?
The largest dimension, I could refer to my report for the exact. I know it was over an inch.
What the hell?
It is 1 13/16 of an inch, so just under 2.
And is that the wound that we're talking about, the skull fracture? Is that the one in the center of 305, which would be the largest wound that we see in that photograph?
Correct.
And how deep was that?
Creepy.
Wound?
If you are measuring from the outer table of the skull, it was 1/4 of an inch.
Jeez.
And would you expect that wound to cause Laken Riley to bleed?
Yes.
What, and that wound itself, this skull fracture, is that, or could that be a fatal wound to Laken Riley?
It could be fatal.
Explain to us why and how.
Well, the wound, as you've mentioned, caused a displacement of the skull into the brain. In addition, underneath the wound, there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage. So essentially, there's a coating around the brain. Right under that coating, there was a little bit of hemorrhage associated with it as well. And like was mentioned, there was bleeding under the scalp associated with this injury and associated with that laceration.
And why could that be fatal to a person?
It essentially is causing trauma to the brain.
Did you observe any other lacerations to the left side of her head?
Yes.
How many did you observe?
There were 8 in total.
And if you could go to with us, do we see them in States Exhibit 305, the others?
Yes.
And could you describe them as you describe, how would you describe the other 8?
They range in size from 1/4 of an inch to the largest wound that was over an inch. Some of them were curvilinear or linear, whereas others had a more irregular shape to them.
What type of, you said the lacerations are blunt force trauma?
Correct.
Is a rock a blunt surface?
It can be, yes.
And are the injuries that you see in States 305 consistent with a rock?
They could be consistent with a rock.
On the left side of her head, we're still on States 305. Could you tell us what, if any, injuries did you observe to her ear on the left side?
She also had a contusion or a bruise to the helix of her ear, as well as an associated abrasion in that area.
And the helix of the ear, could you just tell us for the record, what part of the ear is that?
My apologies, it's the upper earlobe.
Okay, where my hand is right now?
Yes.
On the left upper top of the earlobe. And what type of injury did you say that was?
A contusion with an associated abrasion.
And is a contusion also a way of saying a bruise?
Yes.
And it states 306, if you could flip the photo for us. What are we looking at there in States 306?
This is just another view a little bit further away, showing all the injuries to the left side of her head and neck.
So a complete photo of the 8 lacerations that you discussed?
Yes.
States 307. Tell us what we're looking at there.
307 is a closer up view of those injuries to the left scalp.
And 308.
308 is part of our internal examination. We will reflect the scalp from the head, and this view shows you the hemorrhage on the undersurface of the scalp, as well as a better view of the fracture of the skull.
Of the left side?
Jesus.
Did Laken Riley have injuries to the right side of her head?
She did have injuries on the right side as well.
Could you describe those for us, please?
There was some discoloration over the right temporal region, as well as her temporalis muscle, which is the muscle that's kind of on the side of your head under your temple, had a laceration to it. It was hemorrhagic, so it was bleeding, and there was also hemorrhage on the undersurface of the scalp in that region.
What type of injuries were those injuries?
Also blunt force trauma.
Jesus, this guy just brutalized her.
What is petechia?
So petechia are very small punctate uniform hemorrhages that can be seen either in the eyes, on the facial skin, in the mouth, in instances of asphyxia.
Did you see petechia at Laken Riley's autopsy?
I did.
Where did you see it? And I have space 309 if that would help you as well, if you want to go to that further.
There were petechia within both of her eyes, as well as coarser, larger hemorrhages associated with these petechia in her eyes. There were petechia of the skin surrounding her eyes, her periorbital region, as well as a small amount of petechia in the gingival mucosa, which is essentially the gum.
So are those things documented in your photographs that extend all the way to states 315?
Yes.
And is that the petechia you observed on Laken Riley's body?
Yes.
So what causes those types of injuries?
That's pretty creepy.
Petechia are a result of increased pressure within the vasculature that causes small vessels to burst and create those tiny pinpoint hemorrhages, and that can be seen in asphyxia.
Very, very bizarre, Crispy.
And do you know how long does it take approximately for someone to be deprived of oxygen before petechia can form?
I could not say with certainty the time.
And the manner in which she obtained the petechia, you've already pretty much told us about. It's asphyxia of some sort, right?
Correct.
And it could be manual, it could be compression, like someone sitting on her, is that right?
It's possible either manual strangulation or some sort of compression of the neck or chest.
And it had to be done long enough for her to be deprived of oxygen to her brain. Is that right?
Yes.
And what other injuries did you see to her body?
In addition, there were also abrasions of her torso, her abdomen, as well as abrasions on her left hand and left leg.
Let's talk about her torso. States
Just her
Exhibit
forehead.
16. Do you recognize that photo? And do you see those of, do you see her torso?
Yes.
How would you describe the injuries that we see on the left side of her torso?
These injuries are clusters of linear abrasions that are both parallel to each other as well as intersecting with one another.
Jeez.
And there's a lower one. I want to talk to you about the lowest one that we see in 316, right above the measuring tape that has your unique case number on it. Do you see that injury?
Yes.
How would you describe that injury?
Oh, I
That is
can't
also
stop
a
thinking of your
linear
parents.
abrasion.
And this might sound like a really
You know,
dumb question, but like
siblings.
by linear, do you mean a line?
Yes.
I'd be
And
so mad.
could these abrasions be consistent with something like a belt buckle or some kind of metal object?
It's possible.
I know yesterday there was a picture
Would these also be
of
considered
them,
blunt
and it's
force
just
injuries?
like, oh,
Would you consider these a brush abrasion? And when I say these, I'm talking about these linear injuries on her torso.
I can't entirely exclude them having a brush component, but they don't appear to be the stereotypical brush abrasions that we can see.
Why not?
The stereotypical brush abrasions will have, and usually will have areas of like a coalescence. So you'll have those linear striation abrasions as well as a larger patch area as well. And I don't see the same features in this.
Are these linear injuries consistent with something like a belt or a key or some object like that?
They could be consistent with an object.
Yeah, her poor parents.
States
I don't know how they control themselves
17. What are
sometimes.
we
It's
looking at
just, I couldn't. The
This
strength.
is a
I see
photograph
what
of
you are,
her
Lordy.
left hand depicting a
Oh, where'd their volume go?
The red mark that we see above the measuring stick or tape that has your unique case number on it?
Yes.
States 318. What are we looking at there?
Also the left hand, this is showing a linear abrasion on the left pinky.
And these abrasions, are they
I'm not
also
too sure.
a form of blunt force trauma?
I haven't seen it today.
I want to talk to you about the evidence that you collected at your autopsy. Were Laken Riley's fingernails looked at autopsy?
Yes, they were.
Well, wet.
And I put some gloves in front of you if you need them, Dr. DeMarco, so you know, just in case.
The last one, they just kept their gloves on for each exhibit, the same gloves. I think that's what I was seeing.
So states 319, I'm gonna hand you states 319, and we're not gonna open it, but
Okay.
we're gonna open some other stuff, so you should. States 319, do you recognize it? Do you recognize your unique case number? Is your name on it?
Yes, it has my name as well as the unique case number, the county, and the name of Laken Riley.
And are those the fingernail clippings that you took at autopsy of Laken Riley?
Yes, these are the ones taken at autopsy.
State 319. No objection.
319 submitted.
Did you perform a sexual assault?
I can't believe how long this is.
Yes.
Tell me what you did. What was?
I honestly
what is
expected
that,
it
and how did you do it?
over and done with by yesterday.
The sexual
Verdict and
assault
all.
kit consists of collecting evidence samples. So we took swabs of the vagina as well as the anus. And then we also collected scalp hair.
And at your autopsy and in your examination of Laken Riley, did you observe any signs of a completed sexual assault?
I did not observe anything that would make me believe there was a sexual assault. She had no anogenital trauma. In addition, I forgot to mention the sexual assault kit also includes a swab of the oral cavity.
So states exhibit 324, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the envelope containing the sexual assault kit.
And again, do you see your unique case number, your name, and Laken Riley's name on that?
Yes.
State would move to admit states 324.
324 is admitted.
Did you?
But I don't know if it's because they're not opening it directly.
Laken Riley's DNA obtained during that procedure, during that process.
Yes, we obtained 2 bloodstain cards.
Did you also, at autopsy, have samples of Laken Riley's hair collected?
Yes.
How, and what's that process like?
Some of the scalp hair will be removed from the scalp, and when it's removed, you make sure that there's, the root comes along with it. So a collection of scalp hair from different areas of the scalp is collected.
Was her clothing also collected?
Yes.
And the vegetation that you observed in her hair when she arrived at your facility, was that also correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna come up near you with a few items. First, states 323, do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a sample of the vegetative debris, so leaves and twigs taken from her hair.
And again, do you see your unique case number and your name and Laken Riley?
Yes.
State will move to admit states 323.
No objection.
323 is admitted.
Did Laken Riley have a hair tie with her hair or some hair in her hair?
Yes.
And was that collected as well?
Yes.
States Exhibit 326, can you tell us what that is?
This is a evidence bag containing the black hair tie.
I was wondering the same
And
thing.
the state would move to admit states 326.
No objection.
It's just evidence, you know.
And I want to move to her clothing. Let's start first with her shoes. States 322. Do you recognize 322?
Yes.
What is it?
This is an evidence bag containing her athletic shoes.
State would move states 322. Move to admit states 322.
No objection.
322 is admitted.
States 320. What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing her pants.
State would move to admit states 320.
No objection.
States 321. What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing her underwear.
State would move to admit states 321.
No objection.
States 325.
This is an evidence bag containing her socks.
State would move to admit states 325.
No objection.
States 327.
No, there was no essay.
This is an evidence bag containing a piece of black fabric that appeared to be a bra strap.
And the state would move to admit.
My guess is he didn't have time.
No objection.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There is.
Dr. DeMarco, did you form an opinion as to the cause of death of Laken Riley?
I did.
What is that opinion?
Her cause of death is the combined effects of blunt force head trauma and asphyxia.
What is her manner of death?
Homicide.
May I have one moment, ma'am?
Yes.
I will pass the witness. I just have a moment for my photos.
Pretty hard to discredit this lady. She worked very, very hard to be in the position she's at. Holy education.
Good afternoon.
Is hemorrhaging considered a subset of a cause
So,
of death, or can it be its own?
This will just be embarrassing for them, I think.
Blood loss. Is blood loss considered a subset of other causes of death, or can it be its own cause of death?
So blood loss or exsanguination is not usually a word that we'll use for a cause of death. It's more so a mechanism of death. The cause would be the blunt force trauma that caused the hemorrhaging, if that makes sense.
That was my next question. So in this case, the blunt force trauma.
Oh, here we go.
just
Brilliant
trauma and
questions.
Possibly also the bleeding that came from that.
I think they're pretty intrinsically linked, but yes.
When I look at your report, And I just want to make sure we're looking at the same document. Do you have a 6-page report in front of you?
Begging for business.
Yes.
And the top says official
Begging
report,
for
and it has the GBI sigil on it.
Yes.
When I look at your report, it has a section called case individuals. Did you fill that out?
I did not.
That
I
is
like this
automatically
judge.
populated with this case number.
Yeah, it's just, excuse me, it is automatically populated by our LIMS system, which is Laboratory Information Management System.
Do you know who decides how to categorize these 4 individuals?
I do not.
And just for the record, is it true that
Oh, what a waste of
the
time.
victim is Laken Riley,
Correct.
the subject is Jose Antonio Ibarra,
Correct.
What are these?
elimination Argenis Ibarra,
Yes.
elimination Diego Jose Ibarra?
Yes. But I examined them.
How would you describe the state of the fingernails before they were clipped?
They were intact. They were not broken.
Is it true that there was blood on the inside of the fingernails?
I would have to refer to the photograph to see, but I know that there was soiling of the fingers, specifically blood. I would have to look at the photographs.
In other words, you can remember that there were blood on the fingers, you just can't remember if they were underneath the fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Very good. The scratches on her torso,
Good
you agree that
Lord.
they're in a variety of lengths?
Yes.
There's
What does
also
this have to
a
do
little bit
with
of
it?
variety of the width of these scratches.
A small amount, yes.
And
What are
you
these
were
questions supposed
discussing
to
with the
result
state
in?
The possibility that they were brush abrasions. Can you explain what you mean by brush abrasions?
So when we say brush abrasions, we're just giving a characterization to their appearance. So they have an appearance where there was some sort of movement across the surface.
So for example, someone could get brush abrasions by dragging somebody across the surface.
That's possible.
And you can't
Holy
eliminate
smokes, is the
possibility that
defense
some of
throwing
these
them under the
scratches are brush
bus?
abrasions.
I can't entirely exclude it, but I don't favor that they are.
Do you have an opinion as to whether these scratches could have been caused post-mortem?
I do not think that they were postmortem.
And why not?
These scratches showed something that we call a vital reaction. So when you see red discoloration in the area of the injury, that is an indication of bleeding. And you will not see bleeding into the tissues in a postmortem injury.
Does that differ depending on how close in time to the death that happens?
No.
So if somebody is deceased,
If the heart
and then
stops,
next
they'll get
second
the
there's a
bleeding.
cut, wouldn't that also have bleeding associated with it from the blood left in the body?
So the bleeding that goes into the tissues is a effect of the heart pumping. So the heart needs to be pumping to have the pressure to push that blood into the tissues at the injury site.
And so you're saying you didn't notice, I'm not gonna put words
What
in
is
your
this
mouth,
questioning
you
supposed to
didn't notice
accomplish?
signs of blood being pumped through those wounds, or you did notice signs of blood
Lordy,
being pumped through those
lordy.
wounds on scratches?
Yes.
Just one moment.
Okay, sit down. That's it. What a waste of time. In my
Do
opinion.
you have an opinion as to what caused
Lordy.
these scratches on her torso?
What?
Some sort of blunt force trauma.
Is it possible they were caused by fingernails?
It's possible.
What? How random is that? Oh my word, she was better off just letting this witness go by. Well, hello, Dandy.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Briefly, when asked about
That was it for the
in the marks to her torso, you said, I don't favor that they are called brush abrasions. Could you explain that to us, and what do you really mean about I don't favor that?
They don't have the stereotypical appearance of what I would call a brush abrasion. And that's why when you say you don't favor, they are, what do you mean by the word favor?
I mean, based on my experience and the brush abrasions that I've seen, these have a slightly different appearance, but I cannot entirely exclude them being from a brush injury.
And you answered the defense counsel's question. It's possible it's fingernails. It's also possible that it's an object. It's possible that it's anything that could have caused blunt force trauma to her in this manner.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
What was that defense even trying to prove? That was the strangest question he had.
Any objection?
She looks stunned.
Defense? Okay. You're excused, doctor.
Yeah, she even looked shocked, like, what?
May call your next witness.
The state calls Annie Kissler-Rowell.
Annie Rowell.
May I have 1 moment to verify?
Yes.
Unreal. What did we just watch? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't see what they could have possibly have gained from that. Even the doctor was like, what the hell? The ME. She was the ME. And they just asked her the most ridiculous questions.
Yes, I do. Please take a seat, state and spell your complete name.
My name is Ann Kissler-Rao, ANNEKISLER-RAO.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab. And I'm employed as the technical leader of the Trace Evidence Section.
What is the Trace Evidence Section?
Trace Evidence Section analyzes small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, such as hairs, fibers, glass, paints, plastics, and fractured materials.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I have been employed with the GBI Crime Lab for over 18 years. I've been the technical leader for over a year now.
Over what?
1 year now.
Okay. And as the technical leader, do you have certain additional responsibilities?
Yes, in addition to examining pieces of evidence, I'm also responsible for training other individuals in our section and coordinating the proficiency testing in our section and overseeing the analytical manuals.
Are you a microanalyst?
Yes, so part of my job is to perform duties as a microanalyst.
What is a microanalyst?
A microanalyst is someone who analyzes small, often microscopic pieces of evidence like the ones I mentioned, like hairs and fibers.
Yeah, the ME was brutal. You can't help.
Would you describe to the court, please, your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Pennsylvania. I have a master's degree in forensic science from John Jay College. With the GBI Crime Lab, I have completed extensive training programs in hairs, fibers, glass, plastics, paints, and fractured materials. I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in hair and fiber analysis.
Wow.
In your career at the GBI, how many hair and fiber analyses have you conducted?
I think it's somewhere over 800 hair analysis and definitely over 150 fiber analysis.
Have you been qualified before as an expert in a courtroom in the field of microanalysis and hair comparisons?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified about 67 times within trace evidence, and I think hair was at least 35 of those.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state would move to tender Ms. Kissel-Rao as an expert in the fields of microanalysis and hair comparison.
Any objection? Witness
There you
will
go.
testify in those fields.
I'd like to turn your attention to your case number 2024-1005-107. Do you recognize that case number? Is that a case that you worked on for at the GBI?
Yes, I do recognize that case.
And who is the victim associated with that case number?
The victim is Laken Riley.
I'd like to ask you a few things about some of the tests that you did in this case. First of all, were you asked to examine some hairs that were removed from a jacket, which is your item 3 at the time?
Yes, I was.
And what were you asked to do, and what did you observe about the hairs, and how did you do it?
I was asked to compare question hairs that were removed from the jacket to the known head hair of Laken Riley. So in order to do this, I took the previously collected tape lifts of the jacket. I then removed question hairs from those tape lifts and mounted them on microscope slides. I did this using a stereo microscope, which is a low-powered microscope. I then I classified the hairs using the stereo microscope and also a higher powered microscope as to if they're animal or human, what body area they came from, possible ancestry characteristics. I evaluated the root ends of those hairs, and I determined if they were suitable for a microscopical comparison. So typically we will compare head hairs and pubic hairs because they have more distinctive features. I then took the known head hair standard of Laken Riley and mounted that on separate microscope slides. So at this point, I compared the question hairs to the known head hair standard. And when I say known head hair standard, we like to have at least 25 hairs to encompass the entire range of features present on that person's head.
How many head hairs did you have from Laken Riley from the jacket item 3? I'm sorry, how many head hairs did you have that you determined were consistent with Laken Riley? Let's start with
Okay,
that.
so from the jacket, there were 29 hairs recovered from the jacket that I found to be microscopically consistent with the known head hair of Laken Riley, meaning they either originated from her or someone else with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics.
Were you able to make a determination of those 29 hairs? Did any of them have roots?
Yes, they did.
And how many of the 29 did?
So to explain, when we're looking at hair roots, there are basically 3 growth phases. We have anagen hair roots, which are the actively growing growth phase. Those would be the hairs that you need some sort of force to remove from your head. Catagen is the transitional phase, and then telogen is the resting phase, where those would be your naturally shed hairs. So when I looked at the roots, and you can tell the difference by the morphology of the root. So when I looked at the roots, 21 of those hair roots were in the anagen phase, the actively growing phase. The remainder were either broken, and I think there were 2 that were in the resting phase, the telogen phase.
And were you able to form any type of conclusion about those 21 hairs and how they may have been removed from her head?
So because they were in the anagen phase, some sort of force was needed to remove those hairs.
Some sort of what?
Force.
Force, okay.
I don't think she's comfortable with the camera.
And when you explained to us your conclusion that you reached, and I may have misstated it, so I want to make sure you stated it correctly. What was the conclusion that you reached on the 29 hairs from the jacket?
So the 29 hairs either originated from Laken Riley or someone with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics.
And how were you able to determine that?
So in order to perform a comparison, basically the basic structure of a hair that you're looking at is the main body of the hair is called the cortex. That's where you find the pigment granules that give the hair its color. Running down the center of a hair is a tube-like structure called the medulla, which may or may not be present. And then running along the outside of the hair is a thin layer of scales called the cuticle. So in order for me to determine whether or not the question hairs are consistent with the known, I examine them using the stereo microscope, the low powered microscope, and then I take them to a comparison microscope. So comparison microscope is basically two microscopes that are connected together by an optical bridge, where I can put the question hairs on one side and the known hairs on the other side and see them at the same time under the same field of view. So when I look at the hairs, I'm examining features like the color of the hair, the pigment granules, the size of the pigment granules, the distribution of these pigment granules, the density of them. I'm looking at the medulla. Is it continuous? Is it broken up? Is it not even there? Is it translucent? Is it opaque? I'm looking at features like the scales and any other microscopic features that might be present. And I will compare those in the question hair to that in the known hair standard as I go from root to tip throughout the hair to determine whether or not the question hair falls within the range of the known.
And you did that for all of your hair comparisons in this case, that process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And is that process that you just described a generally accepted or widely accepted method of comparing hairs in your scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And has it been, this method been published in relevant scientific journals?
Yes, it has.
And is it reproducible and reliable?
It is.
When doing your comparisons that you just explained to us, and I'm going to move on to other objects, but in doing it, my question is globally for all the hair comparisons that you did in this case, did you follow the GBI's protocols and procedures in conducting your tests?
Yes, I did.
And does the GBI have specific protocols and procedures in how you do your microscopic hair analysis and comparison?
Yes, we do.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And do you in fact train people on those?
I do.
And did you follow those in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to move on to rocks. Were you asked to look at hairs that were removed from two items? And I'm going to use your GBI numbers again. So for your case number 2024-100510, I want to refer your attention to two item numbers, and I'm talking your GBI item numbers, which would be items 2 and 3. Are items 2 and 3 rocks?
Actually, I think those were our items 22 and 23.
Yeah, sorry. 2 and 3 was the crime scene. Your item numbers 22 and 23, are those rocks from the crime scene?
Yes, they are.
And did you look at those hairs removed from those rocks from the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your results on that? Well, first of all, did you use the same process that you just described to us?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
I found off of one of the rocks, there were 2 hairs, and off the other rock, there were 27 hairs, all found to be microscopically consistent with the known head hair of Laken Riley, meaning they either originated from her or someone else with hair possessing the same distinct microscopic characteristics.
And finally, I want to ask you about a pair of underwear. Were you asked to examine Laken Riley's underwear that was removed at autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And what is your GBI item number for that item of evidence?
Our GBI item number is item 44B.
I am going to hand you what has already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 321. Open the bag on that. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. Do you recognize State's 321?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your unique GBI number associated with Laken Riley?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the item number for her underwear?
Yes.
Your GBI item number?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your initials too?
Yes.
Okay, and did you examine that underwear 321?
I did, yes.
And can you tell the court what you did to it?
So for the underwear, I was asked to determine how, if the damage was a cut or a tear. So I used
It actually looks in
stereo microscope, which is the low powered microscope, to look at the damage and evaluate the features of the damage to determine that.
Did you see, and I'm gonna ask you to show it now, did you see damage to her underwear when you examined it?
Yes.
And how did you examine it?
Yes. So I looked visually and then also using that stereo microscope to examine.
And the damage that you see, can you show the court the damage that you see?
The damage is right here.
Yeah, he's zoned in.
In the middle of the underwear. And you were asked to determine what about this damage?
I was asked to determine if it was cut or torn.
How did you go about determining whether it was cut or torn?
I looked at features of the damage. So some of the features that we might observe in something that is torn would be a curling under of the fabric. You might see the yarn ends might be frayed of differing
Wants to know about his
lengths,
handiwork? What?
lying in a different plane, whereas something that is cut would more likely be straight yarn ends that are less frayed. And then also you might see stretching. Also with a knit fabric like this one, sometimes you can see rows of loops that make up the knit fabric remain still intact. With a torn fabric,
Trying to push this whole 5 pounds of weight around.
Structure. Whereas with a cut fabric, you might often see that those loops are cut straight through.
Did you perform your examination by using a microscope?
I did.
What were your conclusions?
I determined that this damage is consistent with having been torn.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, he's interested again. He is so creepy. That video of him in that by that bus stop.
Questions about the hair.
Can't hear him.
Comparison that you testified about. Well, first of all,
Her baby's a biscuit.
That the methods you use are published in scientific journals?
So the methods that we use are recognized throughout the scientific community as acceptable methods. And there is a standard published that describes the methods.
But that wasn't what Ms. Ross asked you, if their methods were published in scientific journals. And you said
Scientific journals have been published that have used the same methods.
Yeah, good call, Christy.
Point me to one.
Sure. There's one journal by Hauk and Boudoyle that was discussing the discrimination of microscopical hair comparisons versus the results of mitochondrial hair comparisons.
What year was that?
I don't actually, I don't recall the exact year. It was Journal of Forensic Sciences.
Was there any, are you aware of any
How many more just like him are out there creeping around?
scientific publications outside of forensic sciences, like an academic science journal that has published a peer-reviewed article on hair comparison?
So most of the hair comparison articles are within forensic science journals that I am aware of.
And that is, those are the scientists like yourself who testify in court.
Some of them might testify in court.
But I mean, that's what forensic science is. It's right. It's the use of the application of science to legal investigation in the courtroom.
Yes, and there are people who work at universities who also work within the forensic science team.
I read about one FBI study from 2002. Are you familiar with that one?
Could you explain?
Well, it's the one where they found that in 80 cases that there was an 11% error rate based on the comparison that the microscopic hair examiners had compared against when the mitochondrial DNA was examined.
So that's actually the article that I mentioned. So yes, they did find that about 90% of the hair comparisons were in fact verified by a mitochondrial DNA exam. Of the ones that were not verified, a lot of them were more lightly colored blonde hairs that had less features for comparison.
But it did conclude that 11% of the examiners were wrong in that test.
I would not say wrong, that's just showing the limitations of this particular examination. So they did show that about 90%, they said about 11% were shown to be, did not actually support the microscopical comparison.
And so, but I'm not sure if I'm using this word right, the control there was the mitochondrial DNA testing.
They were just comparing basically the two examinations together to see what the results were from the mitochondrial DNA exams versus the microscopical.
You would agree that the mitochondrial DNA testing is going to be a lot more accurate than the hair comparison?
I would not say more accurate. So mitochondrial DNA also is not an absolute form of identification. And there is actually the potential for hair exams to distinguish individuals that mitochondrial DNA cannot.
And in a number of the hairs that you examined, the lab would have had the ability to go beyond the mitochondrial DNA testing to the full DNA profile testing.
So yes, there's sometimes potential for nuclear DNA testing.
And you even note that in your report that, hey, if you want to go further and either get other results that could confirm this test or eliminate Laken Riley as a potential donor of the hair, that DNA testing is available.
Yes, that's correct. That's possible.
That's all. Thank you.
What color was Laken Riley's hair?
May I refer to my notes? So I have it described as a medium brown, and then a lot of her hairs, the longer hairs, got lighter towards the tip of the hair.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Godwin? No, sir. Okay. Is she excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Call your next witness.
The state calls Katrina Ostapovich. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Katrina Ostapovich. That is Katrina. Last name Ostapovicz.
And if you could adjust that microphone to make sure, and maybe scoot up a little bit, just to make sure that when you're speaking into the mic, so everyone can hear you. Good afternoon. Where do you work?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or GBI Crime Lab.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I am a forensic serologist, so I test evidence that comes in to the forensic biology department for the presence of bodily fluids, semen, saliva, and blood.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 3 years.
Tell us about your duty or your
Young and
education and
smart.
training that qualifies you for your job.
I have a master's in biomedical forensic science from Boston University. I also underwent approximately 6 months of training at the GBI, which included mock casework and written and oral exams.
And what, in general terms, I think you've already told us, but as a serologist, how do you look for the presence of blood, semen, and saliva?
I perform testing. The majority of it is what's called chemical color change tests, or essentially I add different chemicals to small sections of a sample or a stain item. And if there is a color change, it's considered a positive result. If there is no color change, it's considered a negative result.
How many items have you had the opportunity to test in your time at the GBI for the presence of blood, semen, and saliva?
I'm not sure, hundreds at this point.
And in doing your test at the GBI, are you familiar with your policies and procedures?
Yes, I am.
And do you all have policies and procedures about how you're supposed to perform your job?
Yes.
And did you follow those in conducting your test in this case?
Yes, I did.
Have you previously been qualified before as an expert in the field of forensic serology?
Yes, I have.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender Ms. Ostapovich as an expert in the field of forensic serology. Ms. Ostapovich, I want to direct your attention to your unique case number 2024-100-5107. Is that the case that is associated with Laken Riley?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct some testing on items in her case to determine the presence, if there is blood, semen, or saliva present?
Yes, I did.
We're going to go item by item, but not necessarily in the order in which you tested it. So if you need to refer to your notes of your report, please let me know. First of all, though, I want to talk to you about.
Does she not bring notes either?
Your item number.
She gives them directions to talk into the mic so that the court reporter can hear her, and then you can't hear her. Oh, she brought, okay. There we go.
My item number 2 at the GBI is a sealed package containing 3 black gloves.
And those 3 black
She
gloves.
is crispy.
Those 3 black gloves.
Totally absurd.
Yeah. And prior to conducting tests on those 3 black gloves, did you photograph them?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibits 291, 292, and 293. And I ask that you recognize, if you recognize those, we'll start there.
Let's start there. Oh, it looks like we're going to have a day 4, doesn't it?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize 291 and 293? What are they?
They are photographs that I took of some of the gloves that were in item 2.
Thank you. And do they fairly and accurately depict the gloves as you observed them? And on what day did you take these photos?
I took these photos on February 23rd, 2024. And yes, they show what I saw when I opened it.
So you moved to admit 291 through 293. Those are the uncodes. But I'll show her the actual items. But we gotta wait for a ruling on the admission.
291, 292, 293 are admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor, and you put the Elmo up?
The gloves again. How you doing, Pam?
Starting first with state 291. First of all, where were you when these photographs were taken?
This was at my workbench in the serology lab.
So you're at the crime lab?
Yes.
Did you observe any damage to these gloves?
Give the dog a biscuit.
What damage did you observe? And
They're yelling at everyone.
Photograph 291. And if you could use a pointer. There should be a pointer next to you. Show us with the pointer. Go ahead.
Can I stand?
Yes, you may, so long as you keep your voice up.
Okay.
She's fun to talk.
If you could just make sure you keep your voice up so Madam Court Reporter can hear you, but she's turning, I think, so she can hear you. Okay.
So there was quite a bit of damage on these gloves. The most notable was there a large tear or rub mark, I suppose, right here in between the thumb and the fork.
And was there holes in the thumb area of the gloves?
Yes.
Can you show those to us?
I know.
So yeah, you can see it right around here.
And you're circling the thumb area of the glove on 291 for the record.
Yes.
Was there more than one hole in these gloves?
As far as I recall, yes.
States 292. What are we looking at there?
So yes, this here you can see there's a hole here, which is down.
I hate to stop you, but I can tell Madam Court Reporter's having a hard time hearing you, so keep your voice up. Okay.
What?
All right. There's a hole at the bottom. You were pointing to the bottom of 292.
Yes, so there's a hole around like the wrist area in here, and then there's a hole up in the finger area up here as well.
We hear her better than we do you.
What are we looking at there?
Lordy, lordy.
So this is again glove, and then there is a hole up here, in this finger up here, and one in this finger up here, and then there's some tearing down here as well.
On the thumb area?
Yeah, that thumb area.
Thank you. You can resume your seat. Thank you. So in front of you, I have a bag. If you could just look inside that bag, do you see your initials on that bag?
I do see my initials, yes.
And inside that bag, what item number is that for you for GBI?
This bag?
Yes.
The bag is item number 2.
All right, and so in that bag, would that be the gloves that we saw in the photographs?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you did to the gloves that we saw in the photographs?
So the gloves in the photographs, I performed a blood examination. This involves essentially 2 chemical color change tests that are run simultaneously. One of them, a positive result, would be a bluish greenish color change, and the other would be a pinkish color change. Both of those would need to be positive, like show a positive color change in order to be considered presumptively positive for blood and then sent on for DNA.
What were your results of those tests?
For each of the gloves, my results were that I got both showed a positive color change, so both were presumptively positive for blood.
And did those go on to DNA?
Yes, they did.
I want to ask you about a jacket, which is your item number 3. Did you conduct testing on item number 3?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to item number 3?
For item number 3, I also performed a chemical color change test, or the same chemical color change test. It was a blood examination on a visible stain on the jacket.
And when you say a visible stain, what did you see?
I saw a reddish brown stain on the jacket, which is what I tested.
What kind of test did you do on that reddish brown stain?
It was a blood exam, so it was the same 2 chemical color change tests as I performed on the gloves.
What were your results?
It was both tests showed positive color changes, so it was presumptively positive for blood.
And the blood on the jacket, did you do anything to the jacket once you realized there was blood on the jacket? Or not once you realized it, once you tested it and your tests were positive?
Yes, I cut out the stained area and packaged it in its own package for it to be sent on for DNA.
So I'm going to approach with 2 items. The first is what has been marked States Exhibit 147, but is your evidence number 3. So I want you to look at that, see if you recognize your initials on that and recognize that item.
Yes, I do.
And is that the jacket that you conducted the test on that you just told us about?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, there.
And I want to first go with the cutting then. And may I publish, it's already been admitted, may I publish 147, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you show us on 147 where you did your cutting?
Yes, so I took a cutting from right here, which is the shoulder area.
So that would
of
be the
jacket.
left shoulder area of the jacket?
Yes.
Where we see the white?
Yes.
Okay, that's your cutting.
Yes, it is.
States Exhibit 176, what's that?
This is the envelope that I placed the cutting into, and that was then sent on for DNA.
And do you see your initials on that 176?
Yes, I do.
And your unique case number?
Yes, I do.
State and to admit states 176.
Any objection?
You're right. Oh, that's too funny.
So this might sound like a silly question, but when you tested the jacket for blood and your results were positive, does that mean there's blood on this jacket?
It means that there's likely blood on this jacket. My tests are presumptive, so I can't say with absolute certainty that it's blood.
And then it goes from where to from you?
Then it gets sent on for DNA testing.
And what did you observe about the stain that caused you to test it?
So blood has a distinctive reddish brown staining. So when
Does it?
when performing blood exams on large items like pieces of clothing, I look for reddish brown stained areas, and those are the ones that I test.
And did you see reddish brown stains on the jacket?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you about a part of a tree. Did you test part of a tree?
Yes, I did.
What did you
Here
do
comes
to
that
part of the tree?
tree
And what is
again.
that item number?
I just think that's awesome.
The item
Help I could learn a
number
lesson or two.
for the GBI is item number 24, I believe. And I performed the 2 chemical color change tests that I had mentioned before for both the gloves and the jackets. I performed a blood exam.
What were your results?
Both tests gave positive color change results, so presumptively positive for blood.
And was that sent on to DNA?
Yes, it was.
2 rocks. What are the item numbers? Did you test 2 rocks?
Yes, I did.
What are your item numbers of those 2 rocks for the GBI?
For the GBI, the item numbers are number 22 and 23.
What did you do to those 2 rocks?
I performed a blood exam, so those same 2 chemical color change tests.
And what were your results? And did you do that for both rocks, for the record?
Yes, I did for both rocks.
Okay. What was your results for both of those rocks?
For both rocks, both tests gave positive color change results, so they were presumptively positive for blood.
And where did they go from there?
They were then sent on for DNA.
Finally, I want to ask you about a black Adidas hat. Did you test a black Adidas hat for the presence of blood?
Yes, I did.
What is that item number for you at the GBI?
That would be item number 39.
And I want to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 151. Ask that you, first of all, do you recognize or see on States 151 your unique GBI case number?
Yes, I did.
And do you see the item number that you just told me was the hat?
Yes, I do.
And can you look inside of that item number before you open already? You don't have to do it quickly, but I just want you to look inside.
Yes.
And what do you see inside of States? Is my number looking inside?
Oh, just take the right part.
I see a black Adidas hat.
Okay, and is this the black Adidas hat that you did presumptive blood testing on?
Yes, it is.
State you to admit 151 if that happens.
Again, the gloves. I don't know.
I think it's in.
All right, thank you.
I'll look.
151.
Sure.
So 151 is in, so I'm going to publish with the court's permission. It's 150, which is.
Did you grab that out of her hand and still be wrong?
150 was admitted this morning. 150 was admitted this morning by stipulation. So that 151, and now that we have all that settled, is in. I'm going to publish 150.
All righty.
Can you tell the court? I'm going to hand you 151 now. It's out of the bag. Where on that item did you test for the presence of blood?
So I tested for the presence of blood on each of these circled marks. So one on the brim here, and then I believe itself, and then one on the bottom of the brim.
And what were your results?
So my results were that for this hat, one of these had a positive result, or presumptively positive result, which means that again the two chemical color change tests gave positive color changes.
And which one was it?
I believe it was this one down here, 9 on the bottom of the brim.
On the brim of the hat, on the inside, though.
On the inside, yes.
Where you circled it. Is that your circling?
Yes, that's my circling.
That's what you do when you're processing.
Yes, it is.
And so when that tested positive for blood, what did you do with this?
It was then sent on, or I swabbed it, packaged the swabs, and then sent the swabs on for DNA.
Just like you had done for all the other items that had tested positive.
No one's saying anything about these gloves.
Did you have the opportunity to test a white styrofoam cup and its top and a straw? And you'll have to tell me which of these items for the presence of amylase.
I guess I did.
Okay, what is amylase, first of all?
Amylase is a component of saliva. It is the component that helps to digest carbohydrates.
Handing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 141. You can look inside of there if you need to. You recognize 141.
Yes, I did.
And what is your GBI crime lab number or item number associated with that?
Item 64.
And what did you do to item 64?
So I tested the straw and I tested the rim of the cup for the presence of amylase and presence of saliva. And that's
Okay,
another,
yeah,
a
touching
different
evidence
chemical
with the
color
same
change
gloves.
exam, but it just works much the same way. For this one, positive color change would be a blue color.
Jeez.
And I tested, as I said, the rim of the cup and the straw separately.
And did you put your initials on them?
I put my initials on.
She learned from Canton TV? Come on.
I did not put my initials on those myself. That's not mine.
So the rim and the rim of the cup, which is in my hand.
Yes.
After
And
just
the
touching
straw,
the
which is
hat.
also in my hand.
Yes.
What were your results of your amylase test for the cup and straw?
So the cup was a negative result or no color change, and the straw had a positive color change or a color change to blue, which means it's presumptively positive for amylase, saliva, and then was then sent on for DNA.
Are you finished contaminating the
Did you examine all of the clothing of Laken Riley for the presence of semen or seminal fluid?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
So at first, the first step is taking each article of clothing to the ALS or the alternate light source. This functions much like a black light, where stains that might not be visible to the human eye glow underneath the black light, underneath the ALS. And then for each of those stains that I saw, I then performed another chemical color change test for the presence of a component of seminal fluid. For this one, the positive color change would have been to a pinkish purple color.
What were your results of all of your tests for her clothing?
For all of the clothing, I found stains to test, but each stain was negative or no color change, except for one stain on the underwear, which had a weak positive result.
And so what were you able to do with that, if anything?
So with that weak positive result, what I then did was I moved it forward into the testing. I performed a microscopic exam, or essentially I took a small cutting of it and looked for the presence of sperm cells, and that was negative. So I then performed another test for the presence of seminal fluid. This one functions more somewhat like a pregnancy exam, where during the testing, if you get 2 lines, it's positive, and 1 line, it's negative. For this, I got 1 line, so it was negative.
So in the end, does that mean there was no seminal fluid or semen present
Yes, that's what that means.
on any of her clothing?
On any of the clothing.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, they did, Christy. They did.
I'll pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ostapovich. Is that-
Good afternoon. Yes.
So I just, we've had a couple of the GBI people here, and I just kind of want to go through how the system works. When the GBI receives a piece of evidence, it sends them to people to be kind of presumptively tested. There's different levels of testing that go on. Is that right?
So the presumptive testing would be like a screening procedure, essentially.
A screening procedure, and that's kind of what you're doing in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, there's limited resources. We can't test everything for everything. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your job to kind of figure out what needs to go on to the next person.
Yes, through my testing.
Okay. And so we call them presumptive tests because they're not definitive, but they're worth looking at further.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you looked at the gloves in this case, did you notice whether or not they were whether you could only wear them on one hand or the other? I'm going to say dexterous, but it's ambidextrous is the word that I'm looking for. I'm sure there's a better word for it.
No, I did not. As I said, they were quite torn up. There was a lot of holes in them, and as with a lot of gloves, including the ones I'm wearing right now, they can be put on either hand.
Okay. And so there's no part of your examination that would tell you which hand any of these gloves were being worn on?
No.
Okay.
Does that ultimately matter?
You mentioned some holes that were, you said the biggest one, it sounded like, was between the thumb and the index finger. Is that right?
As far as I can recall, yes.
Okay. And there were also some holes on one of the thumbs. Is that right?
I believe, yeah, there was some tearing on one of the thumbs and then on some of the other fingers as well.
Okay, and some of the other fingers. Did you measure those at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you try to reconstruct where on the thumb those would be? I mean, were there pieces of plastic missing, for instance?
No, I didn't do that. That's not part of the testing that I performed, though.
Okay. And you don't know how the gloves were ripped, obviously?
No, I did not.
Okay. And I noticed that you're wearing gloves now. Is that to prevent DNA transfer, to prevent biological contamination?
At this point, it is, yes, to prevent biological contamination from me to anything or from anything to me.
Okay. And if you had holes in those gloves, obviously you would be worried about biological contamination, right?
Yes, I would.
Okay. On the cap that we looked at, do you know who that was taken off of?
No, I do
Do you know how it was collected?
No, I do not.
And you first look at these things visually. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you circling places that you had visually seen what you thought might be blood?
On the hat?
Yep.
On the hat. So for that, I was circling ones that I visually saw blood, but then I took that one under the ALS as well, because there is a setting that can be used to look for blood, as blood does not fluoresce. So blood looks very dark under ALS.
Okay. And the area that you noted that was positive for blood was area number 9. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well, when you say you believe so, how would you know? I mean, it's not in a report as to which one of these circles was presumptive for blood, was it?
No, but the way that blood testing works is that I perform test after test after test for each stain, and I continue on until there are no more stains left or until I find something that is positive. So the final circle there would be the one that was positive. And the one that I had circled that was under the brim there was labeled as number 9, and that was the highest number.
Okay. And then how did you, we saw in the jacket that you cut out a piece of that. Was there any more processing in the hat that was done?
Well, the hat, because I took the presumptive positive result that I got was on the brim, which would not be feasible to cut. That I swabbed that and then sent the swabs on for DNA.
Okay. All right. You also performed the semen analysis, which is the last thing that you talked with Ms. Ross about. I just want to be clear about something. There were some presumptive tests, and again, we have a layering of things to make sure we're right on this. There were some presumptively positive tests, but ultimately, there was no semen or seminal fluid found on anything, any of the clothes that you were sent as part of coming off of Laken Ride.
Yes, so there was one stain that had one positive result, but overall, yes, there was no semen or seminal fluid on any of the clothing.
Okay. Had there been anything that was positive from your end of however many layers you have to go through, you would have sent that on for further testing, correct?
Yes, I would have.
Okay, and that would have been sent to be DNA tested, correct?
Yes, it would have.
Okay, that's all the question I have.
Were you direct?
No, sir.
Should be excused.
Yes, sir. May we approach quickly while she's.
Wow.
You're excused.
Just unreal. I don't think the defense has got a snowflake's chance in hell of making any points. Unflippin' real. The only time, like we were saying earlier, the only time that this guy shows any interest is when they're showing photos or crime scene things. Autopsy, he was zoned right in. Just a nasty piece of work. Okay, short break. Well, we'll just get past that, won't we?
Do you swear from the testimony you will give today?
Go, guys.
Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
Ashley Hinkle, Ashley Hinkle.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Division of Forensic Sciences in the Forensic Biology section in Decatur, Georgia.
How long have you been working there?
Approximately 18 years.
What is your title and your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a crime lab scientist. My duties and responsibilities include analyzing evidence for the presence of bodily fluids. If those are present, I attempt to obtain a DNA profile and compare that profile to reference sample profiles that are collected directly from an individual. I'm also trained in a software program to analyze complex mixtures called True Allele.
What is your education and your training that qualifies you for your job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from East Carolina University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. I have extensive in-house training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the National Forensic Science Technology Center. I have continuing education and proficiency testing on a yearly basis. I have also have a approximately 1 year training initially in the TrueAllele software.
And that is initially, when were you first trained on the TrueAllele software?
2017.
How long was that training and what did it consist of?
It was approximately a year. It consisted of, we had a presentation from Dr. Perlin, who is the creator of the TrueAllele software. We read literature on TrueAllele and videos that were available. We had mock samples of known mixtures with known contributors, and we performed the testing from start to finish on those mock samples.
And so just to explain a little bit about that process, would that be like you taking my DNA and your DNA, mixing it together so you know it's mine and you know it's yours, and you know at what levels we both contributed, you would then test it in TrueAllele and see if it was accurate?
Yes, it's employee profiles mostly, and we can't practice on casework samples, so we have to use these type of samples for training.
So for training, y'all practice on yourselves, basically?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that for the TrueAllele software in this case as well, and you receive ongoing training?
Yes.
How many items of evidence have you had the opportunity to process for DNA in your career at the GBI?
In the thousands.
How many times have you testified as an expert in a court of law in the field of forensic serology, forensic DNA, and TrueAllele?
Approximately 300 times.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender Ms. Hinkle as an expert in the fields of forensic biology, forensic DNA, and TrueAllele.
Objection. I just renew all the motions that were involved in this, Judge, and reiterate that we don't have an expert in this case.
I will allow the witness to testify in the other area of forensic biology, DNA profile comparison, TrueAllele software process.
I want to direct your attention to your case number 2024-1005107. Is that the case number associated with Laken Riley for the GBI?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct DNA testing in this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to go item by item to talk about which items you tested, what type of DNA testing you did, your methodologies that you used, and your results. But if you could first globally tell us what types of DNA testing are involved in this particular case with this case number.
The DNA testing, it consists of what we call traditional DNA testing, where we look at 21 locations along the DNA strand that we use to compare between individuals. Everyone should have a unique profile except for identical siblings. The next type of testing was YSTRs, where we look at 27 locations along the Y chromosome. This allows us to tell if a male individual is present or not present in a DNA mixture where there is too much female DNA that it overshadows the male profile. Also, TrueAllele testing was used.
And in all the types of DNA testing, traditional, YSTR, and TrueAllele, did you follow the GBI's policies and procedures as regards to each of those different types of DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And of the methods that you used for traditional DNA, YSTR DNA, and TrueAllele DNA, are all of those methods and the methodology that you use generally or widely accepted in your scientific community?
Yes.
Have they been published, the methodology, in relevant scientific journals?
Yes.
Has it been tested, and are those methodologies reliable and reproducible?
Yes, they are.
And were your results in this case, all of your results, peer-reviewed by another scientist?
Yes, they were.
And is that part of the GBI protocols and procedures?
Yes, it is.
And was it followed in this case?
Yes, it was.
I want to start with you let's just go item by item. And we're going to start with the first item, if you don't mind. How about a jacket, item 3 from the crime lab? Did you test, and I've got item 3 here, so one more. Did you test a blue jacket and a cutting from the blue jacket for DNA?
Yes, I tested a cutting from a blue jacket as well as contact swabbings from the blue jacket.
What is contact swabbing?
Contact swabbings are an attempt to attain a profile from someone generally wearing an item of clothing. It doesn't work too well for just touching an item of clothing, but it's someone who has physical contact with their skin and clothing, as compared to just testing for bodily fluids.
And I want to ask you that question. So you will do contact swabbing for someone if you believe they wore the item of clothing you just told us. Why doesn't contact swabbing work well for people just touching an item of clothing?
There is a minimum amount of DNA that needs to be present for the testing to be reliable and reproducible. So just touching generally doesn't leave enough skin cells behind to obtain a profile.
I'm going to hand you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 147, and there's also a cutting from State's 147. Do you recognize these two items? And the cutting, for the record, is 176, and I'll give you some gloves if you need them.
No.
Do you recognize those two items?
I recognize 176, yes, and I recognize that it comes from the jacket, although I did not handle the jacket myself.
Because that was done by Katrina before you?
Yes.
Okay, there you go, if you need those. And so can you tell us for the jacket, the cuttings from the jacket, which is 150 again? It's right in front of you.
176.
176. What did you do to 176? What type of DNA testing did you do on the jacket? And what were your results? And if we could start first with the traditional DNA with the cutting.
Traditional DNA testing was where we look at the 21 locations along the DNA strand. Do you want me to go through the process or just?
Sure, go ahead just for one. I don't want you to go through the process for every single item, but for the first one, go ahead.
The first step is to extract the DNA from the material. This is used by taking a small cutting, placing it in a tube with chemicals that help separate the DNA from the other biological material. A robot is used in this step as well. The next step is to quantitate the amount of DNA to see if there is human DNA present. We then make copies along the DNA strand of 21 locations we use to compare between individuals. These locations are different in size, and it's these difference in sizes that help distinguish individuals. These fragments of DNA are separated on an instrument called a genetic analyzer, and it is the software from this genetic analyzer that we use. No, it is the data from the genetic analyzer that we use with the software program to type a profile.
When you conducted testing from the cutting of the jacket, that would have been traditional DNA?
Yes.
What were your results?
There was a partial major profile obtained from the cutting from the jacket, and that matched the profile of Laken Riley. There was also a partial minor profile obtained from the cutting from the blue jacket, and that matched the profile of Jose Antonio Ibarra. There are two people contributing to this DNA profile.
Now, since this is a mixture of two people, why didn't this go to true allele? Why were you able to do traditional DNA testing on this jacket cutting?
We are able to use other methods to separate mixtures into individual contributor genotypes, which is necessary in order for us to say whether a reference sample matches or not. Sometimes we can't separate mixtures into individual contributor genotypes, so that is when we use the software program.
So do you have a threshold at the GBI in which you send items to true allele versus dealing with them in traditional DNA?
Correct.
Okay. And so the cutting from the jacket, did it fall below the threshold where you had to send it to true allele, or was it above the threshold so you could keep traditional DNA?
It was above that threshold, yes.
Okay. And so did you assign a frequency for the partial profile of Jose Antonio Ibarra for the jacket?
Yes, the partial minor profile was 1 in 9 billion individuals.
And this mixture of Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra on the jacket cutting is just the two of them?
Yes.
And prior to, I guess I should ask you this, did you obtain or did you have at the laboratory known DNA samples of Laken Riley?
Yes.
Known DNA sample of Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Known DNA sample of Diego Ibarra?
Yes.
And known DNA sample of Argenis Ibarra?
Yes.
The jacket, does that complete the traditional DNA results on the jacket cutting?
There was a probability for the match to Laken Riley.
If you could give us that too.
1 in 10 quintillion individuals.
What about the contact swabs on the jacket? What were your results for that? Were you able to do traditional DNA or did you have to go to true allele?
Those were a complex mixture that had to go to true allele.
And what were your results? And tell us for your first true allele results, we're not going to repeat it for every item. How did you move on to the next step for the contact swabs for the blue jacket and the true allele? What was that process? What did you do?
The true allele process consists of using the electronic files that are generated by the genetic analyzer, as well as controls that we use in the testing. They are uploaded into a software program. I determine the number of contributors I believe is in a mixture, and then the software performs calculations to assign probabilities for genetic combinations at each of these 21 locations along the DNA strand for each contributor. And at the end, those possible genotypes are compared to a reference sample, and a likelihood ratio is given in the form of a match statistic.
What in general is a likelihood ratio?
Likelihood ratio is a ratio of probabilities. The probabilities of seeing the mixture with
She just doesn't look
one
like a
person's
happy
reference
camper.
sample over the
Doesn't look like too much
population
fun.
database.
The true allele results from the contact swabbings from the jacket, what were
Hopefully that works now. I'm not
The
sure.
contact swabbings from the jacket contain a
appreciate
mixture
it.
of at least 3 individuals. A match was identified between the major evidence genotype from the contact swabbings from the blue jacket and Jose Antonio Ibarra. A match between the contact swabbings from the jacket and Jose Ibarra is approximately 100 trillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
How many zeros are in 100 trillion?
Billion is 9, trillion is 12, and then it's 100, so it's 14.
What?
What was the results for the other person in the mixture?
She knows.
Match was identified between a major second major evidence genotype and Laken Riley. That match is approximately 8 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And you said there were at least, you said how many people in the mixture?
At least 3.
Were you able to make a conclusion regarding other individuals that might be present in the jacket? And I guess specifically, did you compare the known DNA of Argenis Ibarra to see if he was present in that mixture?
Yes, I did, because our comparisons are for unrelated individuals. I went ahead and did the comparison to the 2 brothers.
Okay, and what were your results first for Argenis Ibarra? Was he present in that mixture?
No, he was not present in the major contributors. The match is approximately 60 quadrillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And so does that mean he was excluded?
Yes.
What about Diego Ibarra? Did you look to see if he was in that mixture?
For Diego Ibarra and the profile from the contact swabbings from the blue jacket, he was approximately 10 million times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. For this match likelihood ratio, there is
For
a
three brothers.
5.36% chance of a false exclusion, and that is based on our validation data.
Was Diego excluded?
Yes, he was.
Wow.
Were your true allele results for the jacket concordant or consistent with your traditional DNA results for the jacket?
They were different samples, but yes.
The same two people?
Correct.
I had a very awkwardly worded question. Thank you. It was the same two people, both traditional and
It just looks like a party animal.
Yes.
Moving on then to gloves, black gloves. Can you tell me, did you have the opportunity to test some black gloves and do DNA testing on those? And what item number would that be for you for the GBI?
I tested swabbings as well as contact swabbings from 3 black gloves. The black gloves are item 2A, 2B, and 2C. The swabbings and contact swabbings were item 6 through item 11.
What were your results?
Each one?
Yes, please. Sorry. You can start with 2A.
2A. The contact swabbings from the black glove contains the DNA profile of at least 2 individuals. The partial major profile matched Laken Riley. The frequency of the partial major profile from the contact swabbings from the black glove, 2A, item 7, is approximately 1 in 10 octillion individuals in the
Holy
population.
big numbers.
And due to limited data, I could not make any conclusions about the minor contributor. So that was, the data was sent to true allele test.
And what were the true allele results?
I thought she would have known that off the top of her head.
Or
not.
Sorry. 2A, item 7, at least 2 individuals. Again, it matched Laken Riley. This time it was 10 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And due to limited data, we still cannot make any conclusions about the minor contributor. When a contributor is less than 4% of the overall mixture, we don't make any conclusions based on our validation.
So you're not able to tell who else is there.
Correct.
Next item, which would be glove 2B. Same question, same format.
The next one to be item 8. Again, on this one, there was a DNA profile of 1 individual. That profile matched Laken Riley, and the probability was 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
So on one of the gloves, which was 2B, it's just Laken Riley.
Correct.
2C.
2C. Or 2B, item 9.
Yes. The third glove.
Oh, we're still on 2.
I thought we finished 2B. It was just Laken Riley?
2B, item 9 was at least 1 individual, and it matched Laken Riley with 1 in 500 octillion individuals, but there was 1 additional genetic allele marker. But based on our policy, we couldn't make any conclusions about this 1 marker.
So would that be inconclusive as well?
For the minor contributor, yes.
Okay. All right. And 2C?
2C, item 11, is at least 2 individuals. The major contributor to this profile from the contact swabbings 2C from the gloves is Laken Riley, approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
And were you able to make any kind of conclusions about anyone else in that one?
Again, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributors, so it also went to true allele testing.
And what were your true allele results?
2C item 11, again, a mixture of two individuals, at least two individuals. The major contributor was Laken Riley, 10 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And again, due to limited data, being below 5% mixture ratio, mixture contribution, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributor.
I might have to pound coffee after.
Did you test
for today.
the fingernails of Laken?
Yes.
How did you?
Espresso. A mega pint.
The fingernails were tested for traditional DNA as well as for YSTRs and true allele.
What were Laken Riley's fingernails, her item number in your unique item number for her case number?
Fingernail clippings from the right hand, item 18A, or is the swabbings was item 42. The swabbings from the left hand fingernails were item 18B. The swabbings were item 43.
So did you look at both the left hand and the right hand?
Yes.
Tell us your process and tell us your results, starting first with her right hand.
The right hand, the extraction, amplification, quantitation amplification steps I previously detailed were used. And
Chug-a-lug-lug-a-lugga. Talk about mega pins.
sorry. Amplification was performed with the traditional DNA method. And because of the complexity of the mixture, I could not make any conclusions. We went ahead and did YSTR testing as well on the fingernail clippings.
And did you do YSTR testing before you did true allele?
They're kind of at the same time.
Okay. So why don't we talk about YSTR first on the right hand, and then we'll move to the true allele for the right hand, and then we'll repeat the questions for the left.
Alrighty then.
For the right hand, there was the YSTR haplotype was one individual, one male individual, Jose Antonio Ibarra, and Argenis Ibarra cannot be excluded from the YSTR haplotype from the right-hand swabbings and the left-hand swabbings.
So that's the other brother.
Under the assumption no mutation has occurred, paternal male relatives also cannot be excluded.
So paternal brothers share the same YSTR haplotype, is that the word?
They should, unless there's a mutation.
And did you actually see a mutation in this particular case?
Yes, there was a mutation in Diego Ibarra's YSTR profile.
And so because of that genetic mutation, were you able to exclude Diego Ibarra as the donor of the male profile underneath Laken Riley's right hand?
Yes.
And so you could not under YSTR exclude Argenis Ibarra, you told us?
Correct.
And you could not exclude Jose Antonio Ibarra?
Correct.
Did the right fingernails go on to true allele?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results in true allele?
Can I state the probability for the YSTR?
You may, yes, sorry.
The YSTR profile has been observed in 29,207 total individuals in the national database. So it is expected to occur approximately in 1 in 9,750 male individuals.
Oh, wow.
All right. And moving on to true allele.
For Trulil, the wet dry swabbings from the fingernail clippings from the right hand, 18A, item 42, was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. We assumed that the profile of Laken Riley was present when we did the calculations, so there will be no match statistic for her because it's an intimate sample. The DNA match between the wet dry swabbings from the fingernail clippings from the right hand and the match was to Jose Antonio Ibarra. The match is 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an
There you
unrelated
go.
person in the population.
There you go.
Was Diego Ibarra able to be excluded by Trulil?
Diego's Ibarra's match was approximately 1 billion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population with a 5.36% chance of a false exclusion.
Does that mean he was excluded?
Yes.
What about Argenis Ibarra?
Hennis Ibarra, his match was 200 trillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
Oh, let me look now.
Again, the 5.36% chance of a false exclusion.
It must not.
And does that mean Argenis Ibarra was excluded?
Yes.
So then moving on
Oh,
to
nice. Thank you
the
so
left
much.
hand. And does that complete the results from the right hand?
Yes, it does.
So that would be in the right hand, the Trulil results would be Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
Left hand.
Left hand contained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. Again, the reference of Laken Riley was assumed in the calculations.
And why are you permitted to do that?
Because the DNA is collected directly from her person, so we would expect her DNA to be there so we can make an assumption.
All right, thank you.
Due to limited data, we could not make any conclusions about the foreign evidence genotype from the swabbings from the left hand. So again, that fell under the 4%.
Moving on then, did that complete both, that completed the fingernails, right and left?
Yes.
The straw, did you test a straw for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what was that number?
That's a yes.
The straw was 64B, and the swabbings from the straw was item 66.
What did you do to the straw and what were your results for the swabbings from the straw?
The serologist prepared swabbings from the swab that was used to test for her screening, and I used those same swabbings to obtain a DNA profile.
And a serologist in this case, would that be Katrina Osipovich?
Yes.
And so what did you do once you, what were your results of the straw then?
The results from the straw was for the traditional DNA testing, I could not make any conclusions because it was about a 50-50 mixture. So I could not separate the profile into individual contributors.
So then what did you do?
I did Trulil.
And what were your results?
The swabbings of the straw contained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. There was a match from the swabbings of the straw to Jose Ibarra. This is approximately 50 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And what about the other DNA profiles there in the straw?
The other profiles, Argenis Ibarra was excluded from the data from the swabbings, 10 sextillion times less probable than a coincidental match. Diego Ibarra was also excluded, 10 quadrillion times less probable than a coincidental match.
And what about Laken Riley?
She was also excluded, 200 million times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person.
And were you able to, other than identifying a match to the likelihood ratio of Jose Ibarra to approximately 50 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match, to an unrelated person in the population. Were you able to draw any other conclusions about the profile in this draw?
The profile from this draw, I know it shouldn't be a paternally related male individual because the kit we use contains one YSTR location that we test for. And this one YSTR location was different from both of the brothers and from Jose Ibarra.
Okay.
And it was a male individual.
All right. Did you test swabbings from an Adidas black hat?
Yes.
What is the hat number for your laboratory, and what did you do?
For the hat, the number is item 39 is the black ball cap, and the swabbings are item item 56.
What did you do to the swabbings, and what were your results?
The traditional DNA testing was performed first, and because of the complexity of the mixture, I could not make any conclusions.
And then what happened to the data from that testing?
The Trillo was used on the swabbings from the hat. The black ball cap contained the profile of at least 3 individuals. There was a match from the data from the swabbings from the black ball cap and Laken Riley. This match is approximately 1 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Due to the complexity of the mixture, no conclusive determination could be made as to the minor contributor.
So you can't tell us who the minor contributors are on the hat?
Correct.
But Laken Riley was present on the hat for Trulio?
Yes.
Did you test rocks, which would be your items 22 and 23 at the crime lab?
Yes, rocks.
Rock.
Tell us about
Jesus.
that.
There was swabbing from a rock, item 22, and contact swabbings from a rock, item 22, swabbings 58 and 59. And there was also another rock, item 23. Those swabbings were item 60, and those contain the DNA profile of 1 individual, and that profile matched the reference of Laken Riley. The frequency of the profile is approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals in the population.
Okay. What about the other rock? So only Laken Riley on that item?
Yes. Only Laken Riley in the rock swabs.
Can you
Both
imagine?
Both
Rocks.
All right. What
Oh,
about a tree?
Lordy.
Did you test swabbings from a tree?
Yes.
And what
Oh,
were
it's
your
great
results?
seeing your mouth.
The
Talking
tree,
to
the
them.
cutting from the tree was the
Hopefully
profile
we'll
of
be
1
streaming more
individual.
often again.
That again matched the profile of Laken Riley. Approximately
Have a great day.
1 in 500 octillion individuals.
And only Laken Riley on the tree?
Correct.
I want to go back to the fingernails. And you told us on the
Just horrible.
right fingernails, it was for Trulio results, Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra, correct?
Yes.
And are there any other persons present there?
No.
How is it that a person, or under what situations would you expect to find a person's DNA underneath another person's fingernails?
Usually it either has to have some sort of scratching or contact with the inside of the nail. These were shorter nails, so it wasn't like they were long nails that you can just accidentally have contact with. Also, you could have someone's DNA from bodily fluids present in the fingernails.
Yeah, no doubt. There's no doubt.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, guys, it's great being back. I'm enjoying you guys.
briefly, the YSTR results for Laken Riley's fingernails for the right hand that
How come they got the same glove?
I may be saying this wrong, so you have to correct me. Could exclude Diego Ibarra, but could not exclude Argenis Ibarra, correct?
For the right and left, yes.
For the, when you go on to true allele, and true allele is able to exclude Argenis Ibarra, and true allele also excluded Diego Ibarra, does that mean he's excluded?
Yes.
All right. I believe that is all I have, Your Honor. I will pass the witness.
So what can the defense possibly do here? Like nothing? I think the judge is kind of caught on by now. What kind of legal argument fixes this? Lost his feathers there a bit.
Good afternoon. Is it Ms. Hinkle?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to go through the list again that I heard you talking about. There's the cup and the straw. Is that right?
There was a straw in the cup. The straw from the cup.
Okay. The straw is what you tested?
Strawberries from the straw, yes.
Okay. And that had to be tested with true allele, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the result was a mixture of two people. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm just going to use for right now, just for simplicity's sake, we have a match with Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
And who was the other person who was in that profile?
It's an unknown male individual. I would need a reference sample to match to that person.
Okay. So we have two people's DNA on that straw. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. One Jose Ibarra, one we don't know.
Correct.
Okay. And that's a straw that you're using to, I mean, it's like a regular straw you use to drink.
Yes, it's like a styrofoam takeout cup straw.
Okay. And so two people would have had to use that straw in order to get the DNA on there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't know who that other person is.
Correct.
We have the fingernail swabbings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On the left and right hand.
Yes.
Okay. And on those, what we start with when we have what we would assume would be the reason you use the YSTR is that only male individuals have a Y chromosome. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to see if you have male DNA in a sample that would otherwise be normally full of female DNA, you're looking for that Y chromosome.
I can tell that there is male DNA from the quantitation step because we also test for male DNA.
Okay.
So I would have to know that the male DNA was present before I amplified with the YSTR kit to find that profile.
Okay. You do that in this situation.
Correct.
Okay. And you get a result that excludes Diego, according to your results.
Correct.
But does not exclude Jose and Argenis.
Correct.
And so there's a match that you make with the YSTR, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It also doesn't, or I guess the chances of that happening in just the random population is 1 out of every 10,000 people, males, is going to have that same profile. Is that right?
Approximately 1 in 9,750. Yes.
So 1 in 9, it's a match, but 1 in 9,750 is going to, we'd likely see that repeated. Is that right?
Yes, and also paternally related male individuals unless there is a mutation.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a note of that number. It's 1 in 9,750.
Yes.
Okay. The fingernail swabbings of the left hand, there's no, you can't make a match in that. Is that right?
There was also male DNA, so it's the same results as the right hand fingernails.
Okay, is that just the YSDR?
Yes.
Okay. Do you get a true allele result out of the left fingernail?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
The true allele was for the right hand swabbings. There was at least 2 individuals. Laken Riley was assumed. The match to Jose Ibarra is approximately 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And for the left?
The left, there was, assuming the presence of Laken Riley, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributor.
Okay. So on the left fingernail, we don't have any match. Is that right?
Just the assumption that Laken Riley is there, and she is.
Okay. Not to Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
All right.
Well, except for YSDRs, but yeah, using true allele.
Okay. So we have the Adidas hat.
Yes.
Okay. And there is no match to Jose Ibarra on that hat. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Jeez.
Do we know whose head that hat came off of?
That would be information from someone else, not.
Okay.
It's not I'm not aware of.
I got you. And
Ridiculous.
we have the rocks and the tree cutting.
Yes.
Okay. Those are, none of those has any of Jose Ibarra's DNA on them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And
Remember the black gloves?
we would expect for
You're
that.
Mr.
we would-
Defense
if-
Lawyer?
If someone were not wearing gloves, or if there were holes in the gloves, would we expect contact DNA in the case?
Not necessarily.
What would it depend on?
Well, it would depend on how much contact they have, the condition of their, the palms of their hands.
Okay. And when you say the conditions of their palms and their hands, what do you mean?
If your hands have calluses or dry skin, you're more likely to leave contact DNA than soft palms of your hands.
Okay. If it related to a particular object, would it be how hard you grip that?
That could be a part, yes.
Okay. And moving on to the gloves in this case, did you testify about testing number 6 on your?
6 was a complex mixture where no conclusions could be made with traditional DNA testing, so true allele was used.
Okay. And what were the results of number 6?
For number 6, it was the mixture of 2 individuals. The major contributor was Laken Riley, and 100 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match. And again, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor evidence genotype.
Okay. So that was number 6.
Yes.
All right. Was any of the hair in this case that was recovered?
Like I said, I'm almost embarrassed
whether
for these
the
guys.
autopsy or turned over to the FBI or the GBI, I'm sorry. Was any of the hair tested using any traditional DNA methods or true allele?
No.
Okay. And were the fingernail swabbings taken from Jose Ibarra ever tested?
No.
Okay. Who made that decision?
That would have been management.
Who had no fingernail?
The management of in the section, the forensic biology section.
And who's that?
Jim Sebastian.
Okay. And do you have any notes or any reason for that included in your file?
No.
Would those notes have been made when that decision was made?
That would be up to James Sebastian. So he may or may not have made a note as to what we were testing and why.
Some were.
Okay. Would Preston Norris have been a part of that decision?
There's a Aaron Norris. I don't know a Preston.
Okay. And what
I'm sure
about
they were all
a GBI agent Bayer or Bayer, Beyer? Would he have been a part of that?
I don't know if he was. This wasn't something I was privy to, so I can't
Yeah,
say.
there was.
Okay. As it relates to items 14D and 14F received by the FBI, or the GBI, I'm sorry.
Yes.
What are those?
They're not on my reports.
Yes. I think so.
Do you have a copy of all of the evidence that was sent to the GBI?
No, I do not.
Okay.
But still, he's not. How is he proving this isn't Jose?
Did you ever receive, for testing, a sealed package containing swabs from anyone's abdomen?
They may have been received by GBI, but I did not test those.
Okay. Did you receive any or test any sealed package containing swabs from an abdomen that would have been dry swabbings?
Again, they may have been received by GBI, but I did not perform that test.
Okay. And did you perform any testing on wet swabs from anyone's neck?
No.
Okay. And were you a part of any decision-making process to not test
The thing is
those items?
the judge knows exactly what
I
he's
was
doing.
Okay. Do you know who was?
That would have been, again, the management at GBI. And they may have spoken to other people involved in the investigation.
Okay. But you weren't. You're the head person who's in charge of all of the DNA testing in this case. Is that right?
For this case, but not for GBI.
But for this case?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever consulted by a Preston Norris or GBI agent Bayer as to whether or not to test those items that we just went over?
No, I was not.
Okay. Aside from the jacket in this case, all of the other matches that you make to Jose Ibarra come through true allele, is that right? And the known sample and the jacket.
Yes.
Okay. And aside from the YSTR.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, she smiled. It's got a nice
The YSTR on the fingernail and the jacket are the only non-true allele matches to Mr. Ibarra. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. On direct, you testified. Actually, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Without true allele, then, you personally could, and setting aside the jacket and the YSTR, without true allele, you could not have made any definitive matches in this case. Is that right?
I could possibly match major contributors, but not minor contributors.
Okay. And when you have the minor contributors and the mixed samples, you have to use true allele, right?
If they're minor, below what we call a threshold, where there could be what's called a stochastic threshold, we have to use true allele.
Okay. And so aside from the YSTR and the fingernails and the jacket, all of the minor contributors fell below that threshold in this case, correct?
All the minor contributors did, yes.
Okay. So you had to use true allele for all of those tests?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you a little bit. You testified on direct about the reliability and reproducibility of TrueAlley. And I'd like to just talk to you a little bit about that.
This guy is
What are some of the problems and limitations of TrueAlley?
Problems and limitations with very low level DNA. We can't make matches, and that's based on our validation. If there is dropout at one of these 21 locations, it could skew the match statistic. That's another issue. We can only look at mixtures between 2 and 5 individuals. Once you get up to 5 individuals, the software could do what's called stalling, where it has a hard time determining the genotypes. That's something we've encountered.
Okay, so and I'm new to all this, but I think that you went through all the ones that I could find, through my research, and so one of those problems is a determining how many contributors there are. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and any time that you have one of these mixtures of DNA, the scientist has to determine how many contributors there are. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what they do is they say, okay, we think that there's 2 or 3 contributors to this particular mixture of DNA.
Yes.
Okay. And you plug in that number of contributors, and then the software runs does its thing.
Yes.
Okay. Depending on how many contributors you decide are in there, will change the probabilities, these likelihood ratios that you testified to before, right?
It will change them, yes. If I say there's 3 individuals, but there's actually 2, then it will spread out those probabilities to those other individuals, and there would be a match, but it would have a lower match likelihood ratio.
Okay. And when you're making those determinations to how many contributors there are, the opinion on how many contributors there are could differ. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Amongst people who know this stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. Other experts, for instance.
Yes.
No.
The other thing you talked about is the quantity of the DNA. Are there limits that
Look
you
at how
can't
she
go
looks at
below
him like,
when
what?
you're using TrueAlley?
There's limits. We can't go below when we use the traditional testing, so that then applies to TrueAllele as well.
Okay, so are they the same limits between traditional DNA testing and TrueAlley?
Well, since you start with the traditional, that's the limiting factor.
Okay. Who is that limit set by? Is that GBI?
That's GBI, but it's based on our validation of the global Fowler kit that we used for traditional DNA testing.
Okay. What about cybergenetics validation studies? Do they have a limit that you're not allowed to go under?
I'm not aware of that. It would depend on what the amplification was, but not to my knowledge.
Okay. What about separating out these mixtures if it involves close family relations? Are there any limitations on TrueAllele about that?
If it's a lower match, you can have false inclusions with family members, but with the match statistics in this case, and also that we had the reference samples of the 2 brothers, I don't believe that had any effect on the results.
Okay. And
Just
if you
looks at him
have
like,
control
what?
of these limitations, then TrueAllele should be perfect, right? It's just running numbers. Is that fair to say?
Well, it is a random process. So then we do run the software 3 requests each, and we must have 2 requests that are concordant. However, we do have instances where those requests, we don't have concordant requests, and we cannot make any conclusions about a mixture.
I don't understand. What does that mean? It can't, like, it's not concordant. I don't understand what that means. Could you explain that? maybe a little
Concordant
differently?
mixture weights and concordant genotypes for contributors we must have before we can make any conclusions. They must be concordant in two different Trullo requests. So if this doesn't occur, we can't make any
He
conclusions.
has no idea what you're saying. There's no way.
And so,
Just puzzled.
if done correctly then, and I think this is maybe what I'm understanding, that Trullo is, you testified that it's reproducible. Is that what you were just saying?
Yes.
Okay. But every time you run it, it's going to have a different number, right? I mean, it's going to give you a different likelihood.
Is
The
that
huge
what?
numbers that you're using. Every time you run it, the numbers are going to be different, right?
They're going to be slightly different because how Trullo determines those contributors is a random process.
It's a random process.
Yes, but the results, again, they must be within a certain number of log units or a certain amount difference. There can't be a big difference between the two requests for us to report the results.
If you run one of these tests, one run of this test, 5 minutes later, you run a different run of this test. Are the numbers going to be the same?
Not exactly.
Okay. So it's not exactly reproducible.
It's reproducible within an approximation.
Okay. Who sets that approximation?
That's based on the validation. We do have an amount that they have to be close to each other in order to report the results.
He has no idea.
So in this case, we're comparing the DNA against kind of three different individuals. We've got Jose, we've got Argenis, and we've got Diego. Is that right?
Yes, and Laken Raleigh.
Okay. And I just want to take the right fingernail clipping and just kind of go through the process here. You've got the YSTR, and that's the first test that you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that eliminates Diego as a possibility.
Correct.
Right? And when we go to a true allele test, it says that this is 200 trillion times less probable that it's Argenis. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But that it's only 1 billion times less probable that it's Diego's.
Correct.
Okay. So that means that according to true allele, it is more likely to be Argenis than it is to be Diego, correct?
Argenis is exclusion number is more than Diego, yes.
So it is. So according to true allele, this is more likely to be Argenis than it is to be Diego.
Yes, but that's more based on the difference in their DNA profiles.
Okay. But you already excluded them with the YSTR, is that right?
I excluded Diego.
Okay. So you excluded Diego, but he's more likely to be the contributor according to true allele.
That's using his DNA reference sample, and it would be based on his profile. It would also be based on how much genetic information he shares with his brother. And so that's not an unexpected result.
Okay. Why do the odds change depending on which test it is in terms of, why isn't it always 200 trillion times more likely or less likely to be Argenis and 1 billion times less likely to be Diego?
Because you're comparing to their specific reference samples for them, and it's based on how often their genetic information is found in the random population. So if someone has genetic information that is found more in the population or less in the population, it can change that number. So it's all based on that they have different DNA profiles, so there's different match results.
Okay. The
Look
genetic
on her
profiles
face, I
in this
love
case
it.
didn't change though, did they?
The mixture was the same, yes.
Okay. And their reference samples didn't change.
Yes, he is.
Correct.
Okay. And you say it's run against the population, within the course of this case, the population didn't change that much, did it?
No, it's actually the same database.
Okay, so why is it that the odds change? If for the fingernail, for instance, it's 200 trillion times less probable to be Arrhenis,
Mhm.
and it is 1 billion times less probable to be Diego, why isn't it always 200 trillion and 1 billion?
Because it's based on the comparison of their reference sample to the data.
But we just said that the reference samples haven't changed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the population numbers haven't changed, correct?
Correct.
So why does the likelihood change?
Between the two individuals?
Yes, it's always the same DNA that you're plugging into the machine, right?
Yes, but I mean, if they were identical siblings, they would have identical likelihood ratios. But since they're not identical siblings, the numbers are different.
Sure, but the siblings in this case didn't change between two tests, did they?
What?
They're different tests with different type of results. The YSTR test
Sure.
has different type of results and a different statistical database than the true allele.
He's not making any headway.
Did you say the YSTR has different database than the true allele?
Yes, the global Fowler and the true allele have the same database, and the YSTR is a different database.
Right. The 200 trillion and the 1 billion are the straw numbers, correct?
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, the fingernail numbers, correct?
10 billion for Jose Ibarra, 200 trillion, and 1 billion for the brothers.
Okay. And then when we get to the straw, it changes to 10 sextillion and 10 quadrillion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same reference DNA that you're putting into true allele, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same population database that you're using for true allele, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the same three brothers that you're testing against, right?
Correct.
Okay. Why has the number changed from 200 trillion to 10 sextillion as it relates to Arrhenis if it's the same DNA that's being put in?
Because it's a different mixture than the fingernails.
Okay. True allele doesn't identify DNA, does it?
It gives a match statistic in the form of a likelihood ratio.
But it doesn't identify DNA, does it?
I don't understand your.
Okay. Well,
Neither
let's
do
take
we.
an example, and it relates to number 6, the testing on number 6. Okay. The report that you gave and you testified to on direct said that due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made as minor evidence of genotype. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But at least on one attempt at running true allele on this, you did get a result, didn't you? On number 6.
I may have had one of the 3 requests fall above 6%, 4%, but they had to be concordant for me to make a match.
Sure, but you got a result, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And that match score was above a 4, right?
I would have to look at the notes.
Okay.
Yeah, he has no idea what he's talking about. And when she starts to talk, he has to cut her off because, again, he's got no idea what you're talking about.
Totally different question than what I thought you were asking.
Well, I mean, okay. You got a match score above 4.
I got a match when compared to our staff database.
Hold on, who?
We have a staff database that we use of people who are involved in the DNA section and spread out through GBI, investigators, admin. So we compare the true allele results to the staff database.
Okay. So you got my question was, you got a result in this when you were running item number 6, correct?
Yes.
Okay. True allele didn't say, we don't know whose DNA this is. I can't give you a result. Is that right? It didn't shut down.
No.
Okay. It gave you a result and it told you that it had matched who?
It was a random match to a former GBI agent who did not work in the Athens area.
Okay. So that GBI agent didn't work in the lab, did they?
No.
Okay. And you don't have any reason to think that he was a part of this case, do you?
No.
You don't have any reason to think that he handled any of the evidence in this case, do you?
She, but no.
She, I'm sorry.
Huh? There's a twist.
And what True Allele told you on that test was that it was 10,000 times more likely to be this former agent than it was to be a random match. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another way to say that? 1 in 10,000?
10,000 times more probable, yes.
Okay. Why did the software do that?
That was on the contributor who was less than 4%, which is why we don't report less than 4%.
Was the contributor in this less than 4%? What did True Allele tell you?
Which sample? I'm now confused.
Number 6.
Well, they would have been compared to the major profile, which would have been Laken Raleigh, and then the minor profile, which would have been less than 4%.
Okay. On the QC report there, it says that it's over 4%, doesn't it? It's over 4?
The match statistic is over 4.
Okay.
That match statistic, which is the 10,000 times more probable.
Okay. And but the software is running against all of the GBI employees or all the lab employees?
All the ones we have in the database, yes.
Okay. So it's not just considering the 3 contributors that you have, right?
Correct.
Okay. How did this, if we know that this person didn't touch the evidence, didn't work for the lab, how long had they not worked for the lab, it says?
It's been a few years. They live in a different part of the state.
Okay. Pretty good. In your mind, this is an incorrect result.
It was, but it was to that less than 4% contributor.
There you go. And it was a woman.
How did it get to this person who was not there? Who we know didn't have anything to do with this case.
But
how did the software actually calculate that it was 10,000 times more likely to be this person than a random chance?
It took that person's reference sample and it took the data obtained from that less than 4% contributor, and it issued a likelihood ratio. Okay. And since we don't report less than 4% contributors based on our validation, and that we can get some false matches, and that's just because that's the reason we don't report less than 4%.
Because you don't think it's reliable, right?
Less than 4%, it's not. That's why we don't report it.
Okay, but that's what the software itself is doing, is reporting that, correct?
You can still look and see if someone matches, even if it's less than 4%.
Okay, and so it was you who considered that an error, not the software.
It was the technical leader who saw that as a false match, so we just went ahead and reported it as inconclusive. No conclusions could be made less than that 4%.
That's all the question I have.
What's the validation?
Validation is when we test software before we use it on casework to make sure it works properly.
And have you at the GBI tested the True Allele program, and have you validated True Allele?
Yes, we have.
How long was that process?
It was several years.
And in the several years that you all validated the True Allele program, did you create a threshold within the GBI that you do not call True Allele results?
Correct.
What is that threshold?
Less than 4%.
And why don't you call results less than 4% at the GBI?
Because we didn't go down that far in our validation. And once you start getting less than 4%, there may be some of the 21 locations may be missing information. So it will actually use the population database to help fill in the blanks where it's missing information. So it's just not reliable.
And that's why you don't call it.
Correct.
And so in any of the results that we have talked about in this case, specifically the right fingernails of Laken Riley, which is a mixture between only Jose Ibarra and Laken Riley, was that below 4%?
No.
Are those reliable results?
Yes.
And were those results produced through your, are they reliable based upon your validation of true allele?
Correct.
And true allele does have an error rate, a demonstrated error rate. Is that right?
It has a range where we don't report results, yes, for the match statistics.
And so I want to break that down. Does that mean that you all know what the error rate is of true allele, correct?
Yes.
And you don't call matches below that threshold, is that right?
Yes.
So that you compensate for the error rate.
Yes.
And so this 4% that he just asked you about is not a reported result, correct?
It isn't.
And because it's not reliable, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be consistent with what you all do every day at the GBI, and that's why you validate this software, right?
Yes.
So going to back to the fingernails and the statistics versus YSTR and the statistics versus true allele and which brother is more excluded than the other, both brothers, Argenis and Diego, have been excluded as potential donors underneath the fingernails by true allele.
Correct.
Doesn't matter at what level, they're excluded.
Correct.
There you go. Jeez. That defense, I tell you what. Good try, fail.
The determination of the number of contributors in a sample that is ran in true allele, who does that?
I do that.
How do you do that?
I do that based on looking at the data called an electropherogram. If one person should have no more than 2 peaks at each of these 21 locations, or no more than 2 pieces of genetic information. So we look at each of the location, the number of peaks, the imbalance between peak heights in case people share genetic information, and we use that to determine the number of contributors.
And did you determine the number of contributors in this case correctly?
There is an at least caveat that we use, but I believe I did.
And when you run results in true allele, do you run it more than once?
Yes.
And why do you run it more than once?
To make sure we have concordant genotypes and mixture of weights.
And so from what I heard defense counsel asking you, that if you run it more than once and you get different numbers, does that mean it is unreliable?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a random process, so it may assign slightly different probabilities to different possible genotypes. So based on that, it can change slightly the match statistic.
And I heard you use the word concordant. What does concordant mean?
Concordant is generally having the same results as far as possible genotypes at each of the 21 locations.
And when you ran the true allele results in this case, the data in this case, were all of the data that was generated, was all of the data concordant?
It had to be concordant to be reported, so yes.
So if it wasn't concordant, it would not be reported, right?
Correct.
On the rocks and trees that you were asked about would you expect to see somebody else's DNA on the rocks, for example? The rocks in this case had the DNA of only one person on them, is that right?
Correct.
And that only one person on the rocks was Laken Riley.
Correct.
There was no other foreign profile on those rocks, right?
On the parts that were sampled, yes.
Because you swabbed them, correct?
The serologist swabbed them.
Katrina swabbed them. And you were asked about that and those results. Does that mean no one ever touched those rocks?
No.
Okay. Does that mean that Laken Riley hit herself in the head with those rocks?
No.
Okay. And why not?
Just because the DNA of another individual is present doesn't mean they never touched the rocks.
Doesn't mean you always leave a DNA behind when you touch something, right?
Yeah, the saying absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So it's consistent with that.
Hey, that's well said.
The sexual assault kit, which
I
I
like
failed
it.
to ask you about, did you test the sexual assault kit of Laken Riley's that was done at autopsy by Dr. DeMarco?
Yes, it was tested.
And what were your results there?
There was a male screening performed to look for the presence of male DNA on the vaginal vault swabs, the anus perianus swabs, and the oral cavity swabs of Laken Riley. The testing failed to reveal the presence of human male DNA.
And why not just test everything in every single case?
Male DNA? Ew.
Because we have limited resources at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And I heard lots of questions to you about what was tested, what was not tested. Is it your decision to decide what is tested and what is not tested?
No.
And you told us that would be a decision made by your manager, Jim Sebastian?
Yes.
In conjunction with other people?
Correct.
Who are not you?
Yes.
One moment. That's all I have. Thank you.
What is a match score?
Oh boy, this guy needs to sit
A
down.
score above 4 based on our validation, that's when we start reporting a match. Below that, you could have false inclusions or exclusions.
Okay, so a match score above 4 means that you have reached the threshold above which the validation studies are good, right?
Yes, for samples that are at least 96% of the mixture.
Okay, and on that sample, number 6, your quality control report says it is a match score above 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't reported because it wasn't reproducible, correct?
It wasn't reported because it was determined to be a false match to data that did not meet the requirements of our validation for us to report as reproducible.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else?
No, sir.
You should be excused.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Kirby?
Okay.
You're excused.
Mr. Kirby, sit down.
Any other evidence, Ms. Ross?
Your Honor, at this time, the state of Georgia rests.
Oh, there we go. They rest.
State is rested.
There we go.
Is Mr. Ibarra ready for me to ask him questions about his decision to testify or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Stand up.
Mr. Ibarra, I'll leave, Ms. Smith, I don't know what's gonna work best because I'm gonna be asking these questions directly to him.
Stand up.
Okay. Mr. Ibarra, I'm asking these questions directly to you.
Señor Ibarra, le voy a hacer esta pregunta directamente a usted.
Do you understand that you have a right to testify? And if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so.
Usted tiene el derecho a testificar si desea testificar, nadie puede tomar eso en contra suya, ¿comprende?
Stand up.
¿Comprende? Yes, sir.
Do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify?
Nadie puede obligarlo a usted o compelerlo a que usted testifique, ¿comprende? Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a right to not testify if you do not want to?
Usted tiene el derecho a no testificar si no desea testificar, ¿comprende? Yes, sir.
Do you understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one that decides whether you will testify or not?
La decisión de testificar o no testificar no es de sus abogados, sino de usted personalmente, ¿comprende? Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand if you do not testify, then the court will instruct myself that it is not to be held against you? Typically, I would tell a jury that.
Si usted decide no testificar, la corte se diría a sí misma que usted no estaría obligado a hacerlo y no tomaría eso en contra suya, ¿comprende? Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you choose to testify, you'll be examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the district attorney.
Si usted decide testificar, usted sería confrontado y preguntado por sus propios abogados y por la fiscalía como tal, y por la corte, ¿comprende? Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ibarra, do you want to testify?
Señor Ibarra, ¿desea usted testificar? No, sir.
anything from council regarding that decision? And can you say if the
I can't believe that even his lawyers
if you
didn't
believe he
stand up.
understands his rights to testify or not, Mr. Don?
Yes, we believe he understands his rights, and we don't have anything else to add to his responses.
Find the defendant decided to not testify with a complete understanding of his rights.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Wow. How disrespectful. Like, his lawyers didn't even tell him to stand up.
Ms. Beck, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
The defense calls Joseph Clementi to the stand.
Who? So am I. Just unbelievably rude. Now, these guys, truly, what can they have in their pockets? I think nothing.
Clemente.
Jeez. So how many witnesses do you guys think? Are we going to be here for days? I can't see it. Like, what is his defense? Wasn't me? Or it was my brother? I think so too, Ruthie. Very rude.
Mr. Clemente up here.
Okay. Who are you?
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat. I'd like to start by asking you to state and then spell your name for our court reporter.
Joseph Clementi, JOSEPHCLEMENTI.
And Mr. Clementi, what do you do for a living?
I work at a music management company.
And where do you live?
I live in Athens, Georgia.
Were you living in Athens, Georgia in February of this year?
I was.
Mr. Clementi, do you sometimes take exercise by going for runs?
I do.
And did you take a run on the morning of February 22nd?
Yes, I did.
Did you, after finding out about this case, contact the police about what you had observed on your run?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you contacted police?
I believe it was the day after February 22nd, so February 23rd.
And you met with UGA police officers?
I didn't meet with them. We just had a call.
Okay. So you had a phone interview with the police officers?
Yes.
And then afterwards, you sent them some pictures to kind of clarify what you had said on the phone call?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to just ask for you to briefly recap when you ran and what you saw, please.
Sure. So I started my run at 9:39 a.m. on Thursday, and I ran for, I believe, 36 minutes. And I ran around Lake Herrick, starting at the intramural fields, and I ran for 3.5 miles. And what I noted to the police officers was that I saw an individual that was wearing dark clothing and seemed out of the ordinary.
So let's kind of break that down. You started running at 9:39. How do you know that time?
I tracked my run with a running app called Nike Run Club.
And so when you were reporting to the police when you were running, you were comparing to that Nike Run Club?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you said you saw an individual around Lake Herrick at the intramural fields. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you prepare for the police a sort of a screenshot of the area with a star where you saw this individual?
That's correct.
Okay, I am going to show it to you, and this is going to be marked as defense say, oh, I showed it to state. Mr. Clementi, do you recognize the document I handed you?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a map of Lake Herrick, and there's a star placed on where I said I saw the individual. And one of the pictures has an arrow, which is where I was describing that the individual is walking.
Okay.
Oh?
Now, at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to
Oh, Lordy. It wasn't them.
Submitted.
Mr. Clementi, the state has entered a large map of the area, so I'm gonna turn around and see if you can kind of put where you marked on this little mini map in context of this big map, okay?
Sure.
Oh, so someone there to say what? They seem
Mr.
someone
Clementi,
else, and
do you see over here at the
Jose's
top
DNA
left
just
side of the
jumped
page
onto her body?
Yes.
And can you say where on this map you would have seen the individual?
By the retention pond.
And do you see the retention pond marked on this map?
I do.
And where is it?
It's in the southwest corner.
The jury?
Your Honor, may he briefly come down just to point to where he saw the individual?
Right.
Come on
You
down.
got that corner with it. So you see that right here to your left?
Silver corner.
Yeah.
So for the record, you're pointing to the north of the retention pond?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you also said you saw it moving. With your pointer, can you just kind of indicate the direction?
Sure. So there's the trail that's going around here.
Jose was just creeping around that other girl's apartment because, you know, it's cold. Need to get out of the cold.
Thank you, Mr. Clementi.
Jesus. So you made that great big exhibit.
Why did this individual
And
catch your attention?
for that?
He was not in typical athletic gear, which at that time that I was running, everyone was pretty much running or hiking that I was passing. And the individual was wearing very dark clothing. And they seemed to be wandering kind of aimlessly.
And you said you started your run at 9:39. What time did you see this individual?
In between 9:46 and 9:48.
And again, how are you so certain about what time you saw this individual?
Using the Nike Run Club app, I can pace. I know my pacing during that time, and so I can see 7 minutes into my run where I was exactly on the map.
Okay. And so you
True that,
used
Maxie.
the map and Nike Run Club to come up with this 2-minute window where you saw the individual.
Yeah, it shows me where.
And the last question I have for you, you say dark clothing. Can you give any specifics as to what dark clothing you saw?
I really just remember just black or dark bluish clothing, and that there was either a hood or a hat on this person.
Just one moment, Mr. Clementi.
Good Lord. Is that it? No.
I neglected to ask you, Mr. Clementi. Can you describe the height and the build of the person you saw?
It was the person had a more masculine build, and based on that,
What is a masculine build?
I thought it was a man, and they were probably above 5'9".
A masculine
Did you
build.
notice, or could you tell if they were slender or more chubby?
Their weight didn't really stand out to me. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
That's it?
Good afternoon, how are you?
Hey, good.
Did you identify this person if you saw them?
No.
Did you see this person's face?
Not really, no.
Do you know what race this individual?
No, I don't.
Could this be a white male?
Yes.
Could be a black male?
Yeah.
Could be a Hispanic male?
Mm-hmm.
Lordy.
Did you notice if this individual was wearing gloves or anything?
No, I don't really remember or recall.
And what kind of look did you get of this individual? How long did you look at this person?
Unreal.
Sorry?
How long did you look at this person?
I mean, it was really a split second. But
Oh,
they
great witness defense.
Seemed, like I said, they seemed to be kind of aimlessly wandering.
Okay. And you noticed a hooded sweatshirt, you said?
Yes, or a hat. Their head was covered by something.
And khaki colored pants?
Yeah, I wasn't totally sure what. I remember their dark clothing really stood out to me on the torso above.
Okay. What about the pants?
I don't really recall totally what color they were.
Could they have been khaki colored pants? And do you recall giving a statement to Detective Ray Boo, the University of Georgia Police Department?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And do you recall using the word khaki with her?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And khaki to describe, first of all, what color is khaki? For record? What is khaki?
Beige.
Beige. Okay. And what khaki did you see?
What khaki pants?
On this individual.
Oh, like beige coloring on their pants.
Okay. And you were asked about whether there may have been any logos on this individual's clothing. Do you remember that?
I do remember being asked about that.
And do you remember saying that there may have been a white logo on this individual's clothing?
Yes, there may have been.
And do you recall describing this individual as skinny?
I do remember.
And over 5'9" tall?
Yes.
And to this day, you do not know the race of that person?
No.
And you would not be able to identify that person if you saw them?
Correct.
That's all.
Oh my word, that was pathetic.
White logo. Do you recall if that was on the hat or the jacket or where that would have been?
No, I don't recall.
I don't have any other questions.
Yes.
Yes,
Unreal, you guys.
Your next witness.
What was the point of that?
Your Honor, maybe briefly touch on this witness.
Yes.
What was the point of that? Yeah, I seen somebody. Don't know what they look like. Don't know what they were wearing. You know, they were just wandering around. Don't know color of his skin. Don't know what shoes. Could have been a logo, but maybe not. Oh my God. I wonder how long they're going to do this for. Like, truly. You know that their witnesses are all going to be the same. There's not going to be anybody that's seen someone else because there was no one else. What is, oh Lordy. It'll just be an embarrassment for the defense once again. He's got to know he's going away. Sandy. She sits there and she barks at her bag of treats. He barks at his bag of treats. He's sitting there staring at it, yelling at it. What is going on with him, Lizzie? Nope, Jazzy. In come the troops. Hey, canines. You guys, my
I hesitate to
canines.
say this. They want about 10 minutes to talk about something. I know. If you need to stand up, go somewhere, that's fine. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, hang on here. Give me a second. Okay, there we go.
Your Honor, what I can tell you is that the parties have come to at least a partial agreement that we can move forward, and part of it is an ongoing situation. So with Your Honor's permission, we'd like to call our next witness.
Okay. And I'm understanding that all three of these witnesses are not to be.
Correct. These should not be filmed.
All right. I'm told there's three more witnesses. None of them can be on camera or still shots taken. All three. Thank you.
The state calls, excuse me, the defense calls Stephanie Slayton to the stand.
Stephanie Slayton.
Look at the guy in the background, guys. What do you think of that? Oh, it'll be obvious, Mexi. So yeah, the last one, I think that they took the camera off of was the girl whose apartment he tried before Laken. So just over her shoulder. I guess left if we're looking directly on.
At some point, did you have a conversation with a man named Diego Ibarra about the case?
That was on the evening. It was dark then.
Can you just very briefly describe what happened?
So, yes, ma'am. He came and sat next to me at my patio furniture in front of my apartment. And there was like foot traffic with law enforcement circling around the apartment. And he asked me what was happening. And so I told him that there was somebody who had passed away in the back of our apartment. And I knew that he travels that way to go to work. There's a bus stop back there. And so I was talking to him, and like, he speaks broken English, I speak broken Spanish, okay? So I told him, if you have seen anything or heard anything out of the normal, you need to say something now, because if you see anything out of the ordinary, then now's the time to say something, because this poor girl has lost her life, and her parents need, some closure. And then that moment, do you want me to continue?
Yeah, what did he do in response to you asking you to share what you did?
Well, at that moment, two police officers walked up to me and him, and they asked me what we were talking about. And I told them exactly what I just relayed to you guys just now. And they was like, okay, so they walked off. And the very moment they walked off, he spoke into his phone. He has a translator app. And he was speaking into it, and then he turned it around. It translates into English, like words, where I could read it and understand. And verbatim, he said, if you tell them, I will tell them you did it, and then I will kill you too.
I don't have any further questions.
What?
Good luck.
So, do you speak Spanish?
Very, very, not fluently at all, a little bit.
So how is
And
you
did
know?
Diego speak to you in English?
His broken English, and I spoke broken Spanish, so I don't think that our messages got under, that's the, I'm just saying, I don't know what his frame of mind was, but I'm sure that the way we speak, that sometimes things get misinterpreted.
And you told us that this one statement that he told you, the one you just ended on.
Yes, ma'am.
Which was, if you what? Say it one more time for me.
He said, if you tell them, then I will tell them that you did it, and then I will kill you too.
And that was over Google Translate.
It was on some kind of translator app. I'm not sure which one.
On his phone.
On his phone.
And you read that from his phone.
Yes, he turned it around. I never touched it, so I could see it.
And he never told you he killed her, correct?
No.
He never told you that he saw her, correct?
No.
He never told you anything about Laken Riley's murder.
No,
is that
ma'am.
correct?
No, ma'am.
He said to you, if you tell them, like, who was he referring to?
The police officers who just walked off. I'm guessing.
So if you tell them what? Because he didn't tell you what. He just says, if you tell them, I will tell them that you killed her and I will kill you. That's what he said.
Ma'am, I can't speculate on what his intentions were or what he was talking about. I'm just relating the message of what he said.
And prior to that, before he says this to you through Translate app,
yes, ma'am.
You're sitting there kicking it with him, I guess, and talking about a murder. And what I heard you say was, Diego asked you what was happening, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he didn't know what was happening, right?
No, ma'am.
And that's because your police or your apartment complex was literally being swarmed by an army of police officers, right?
It wasn't like the 23rd, but it was a lot there. Yes,
Lots of police officers.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are just outside of your apartments, right?
I sit outside my apartments at nighttime. I sit outside my residence on a daily basis. He lives next door to me.
And so you're sitting out there while all these police are around.
Yes.
And this whole conversation begins with him asking you what is going on, right?
Yeah.
And you tell him what?
And I told him that there had somebody had passed away behind our apartment. And I said, now I know like that you go through that path to go to work in the mornings. And I said, if you know anything, or just like if you've heard anything out of the ordinary, please say something.
And that's and these preceding conversations that you had, where Diego asked you what's up, and you tell him what happened. How are y'all doing that communication?
Well, we were like speaking in the broken, like we could understand but I don't know how to explain it. Like I could speak a little bit of Spanish, you could speak a little bit of English now, and somehow we get it.
Your impression is that you got it, right?
My impression is that I can't make an impression right now because I can't speculate on that.
So your birthday was that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do for your birthday?
I was just hung out of the house. In fact, there was a lot going on that day, and I was upstairs with all the rest of the neighbors wondering what was going on.
And did you celebrate for your birthday?
Yes, I did.
And how'd you do that?
I drank alcohol.
And who'd you drink with?
Myself.
And any other people?
No.
And you eventually end up talking to the GBI about what you just told us, right?
Yes,
Next
ma'am.
day, correct? Yes?
Yes.
And when you talked to the GBI the next day, were you under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
And in fact, Ms. Slayton, you've had a sexual relationship with Diego Ibarra, is that correct?
I plead the fifth.
You don't have a constitutional right to plead the fifth about a sexual
Then yes.
Okay, you did, right?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact,
You
when
plead the
I
fifth.
interviewed you on the 23rd day of February 2024, you actually told them at some point you got mad at Diego because you felt that he was having sex with another woman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember saying that to them?
Yes.
And that you had actually purchased a phone for Diego, right?
Correct.
And that you turned it off because you found out he was having a relationship with
Correct.
another woman, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Not a relationship.
Okay, a what then?
Please excuse me. I've seen a video on the phone. He was in a club and somebody was twerking on him. So I don't believe that I purchased the phone for him to find employment, not to
Twerking?
make videos like that.
Not that.
Well, you actually used a word to the GBI that you found out or you thought he was blanking somebody else.
Yes, probably so, yes, ma'am.
And that word blank that I said, and excuse my language for the court, began with an S, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just because we're all adults here and I need to say it, you thought he was fucking somebody else, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And fucking is your word, not my word, right? Right. All right. And you told that to the GBI.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to approach the witness with what I have marked as Exhibit 328. Do you recognize State's 328?
I bet you she's never used
Do you
that word
recognize
at
the
all.
name on that document?
I plead the fifth.
Certified copy of the court document. We are willing to admit that by stipulation.
Yes, ma'am. I see right here on the back of this page my name.
328.
I don't have an objection. I'm just asking this not be published in the news media.
But that's fine, but she's still a witness?
Yes,
so
yes. I
you're
mean,
entitled
no
to-
objection to admitting.
Okay, 328 submitted.
May I say something, please? I don't mind. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
your question. Are you on active probation as well?
Non-report, non-supervised probation, yes, ma'am, and I'm sacrificing.
Oh? What just happened there? Wasn't that interesting? I seen that it ended relatively abrupt. So I don't know what she was going to say. I have no idea. Okay, I'm going to look and see if they had just lost their, maybe they just lost their stream. Let me look here. Isn't that something? All the same. So and they're still showing as live. So I don't know. How long ago did that happen? So let's see here. I'm just going to look at some of these other chats and see what people are saying, if anything. These guys are taco terrorists. So all of the streams, no. They had lunch. We were able to zip through it. So that last witness, right in the middle of her testimony, they turned off the audio. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. The audio is still off in the courtroom. So we'll see what happens. So I think it had something to do with maybe being a witness. Is that what she said? So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. They shut that down fast. Sweet dreams, Ruthie. Yeah, the day should pretty much be over, and then we're looking at what, day 4 tomorrow. Lordy, lordy. Hey, Dingo, how you doing? So is that why they cut everything out? Just boom? Dingo, dingo, dingo. Can't show the next 3 witnesses. They sure shut that down fast. So they did what they usually do. They put it up to that logo, but you can usually hear them give their testimony. They must have decided that wasn't going to happen. That was pretty damn abrupt. He is so creepy. So they are running late today. We are all caught up. I'll do the same thing tomorrow. I'll start at the same time because by the end of the day, we're caught right up and we're not having to watch all of the, well, sit there through all of the breaks. This guy here, allegedly, deleted a young girl while she was on the morning run.
The balance of the defense case.
Okay.
Forward from there, he'll take Mr. Ibarra back downstairs, and we'll just have him back over here in the morning unless it changes.
There you go. There you go. So yeah, back tomorrow morning. You just missed it. Yep, 1000% Dingo. You betcha. It happened last February. And this guy, before he even got this young gal, her name's Laken Riley, he was creeping around the campus. He was trying doors. They've got him on camera at one girl's door. And, oh, Lordy, he didn't get in, but he attacked Laken right after that. Can you imagine how creepy that would be to realize that this guy was like trying to get into your place. Oh, lordy, lordy. So yeah, I'll do the same thing I did today. Sounds like tomorrow they're going to finish up, and then it'll go to the jury. So I believe it'll be a short day. So guys, thank you very much for the buy me a coffees, buying the dogs biscuits, PayPal. I really, really appreciate the help. It's I'm grateful, very grateful, and I'll just keep right on trucking here. Okay, guys, I will see you soon in the next one. Bye.
Dun 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 dun.